Why, hello there, everybody. Good morning, or good evening, or good day, sir, or ma'am, or other. Welcome to debate dissection. So grab your scalpels, grab your PPE, grab whatever you can, and it's time to dissect this. The third part of Alex O'Connor versus Glen Scrivener. It's been a fascinating one, but first I have to introduce my marvelous co-host. Welcome, Ember. As always, how you doing?
Hello, I'm having a better than average day. My older daughter wished me happy Mother's Day, and that was I don't know, it's really sweet. And so I'm like, I'm all
That
tickly.
is wholesome. That really is wholesome and wonderful, and yeah, that's really special. That's really nice. Yeah, that look, I've just gotten up. I'm trying to wake up. That's a lovely story. Awesome, absolutely awesome. Yeah, I don't think anybody's wished me a happy Mother's Day or a happy Father's Day for that matter.
Happy Mother's Day, Mark.
Thank you. It's very special. I thank you. It makes me feel like a life bringer. It really does. No, it's so good to see you, and we've got the third part. Like this one really warmed up over time. I think that the first one was a bit of a slow burn, and then it just picked up in the second. But hopefully we can get it through all of it today. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and just before we start, I do have to say, noise ending. Thank you so much. Became a commentator. Awesome. Winner. Yeah, chicken dinner. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Hell yeah.
What
Now we
what are
can
your
stop the stupidity and end the noise.
one would probably lead to the other, to be honest with you at the moment. I
It's a
actually
goal anyway.
yeah. I'd rather stop the stupidity than end the noise, but that's there's a lot of stupid to go round at the moment. So yeah. But Ember, how do you feel about the debate so far?
It's been more fun than I expected, but I don't
Hmm.
know. It's in that kind of weird liminal space where it's not antagonistic and it's not spicy, but it's
Right.
also not exactly dry either.
Right.
And I'm not quite sure what to make of it.
They're definitely taking some jabs, both sides, kind of thing. I think that Glen's sort of taking jabs at the sort of secular position, and Alex is really hammering. I don't know. I don't know how. Glen's position though. Christianity gives us Western values. I don't like. I don't know how you're supposed to support that because his sort of thing is it gives us all of our values, and I
Mhm.
just don't know how you're supposed to defend that position. I don't know how. Just as I keep saying, like freedom of religion is not something you'll find within Christianity. And I was thinking about this last night. Even equality of people isn't something you'll find in Christianity. And they'll be so quick to
Nope.
point out, oh, as Christians, there is no slave, no free. I think it's in one of Paul's writings. There's no slave, no free, no man, no woman kind of thing. Sort of saying, hey,
Mhm.
everyone's equal. But the thing you've got to read with that is they're equal under the Lord. The Christians are equal. The people outside aren't. And I can point to verses like, do not toss pearls to swine kind of thing, and just all throughout it is this superiority of Christians above others. So I think that with Western value being sort of this egalitarianism or this equality of people, not completely, but people should have equal rights. I don't think Christianity embraces that. I think that you have to read that into the text rather than get it out of the text.
Yeah, and among many other things, like democracy, for example, which is a tradition that predates Christianity
Right,
and does
right.
not exist anywhere within the Christian tradition, whether you're talking about first century Judea or the kingdoms that came before, or the Roman Empire, or anything relevant to Jesus's story. Even Jesus's own mythology is all about kings and emperors and wiping away what is to create a new king. There's no democracy nowhere.
Right.
It predates Christianity, and it's not part of Christianity. So either you have to claim that democracy isn't a Western value, or you have to acknowledge that Western values don't all come from Christianity.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and human rights. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Sapphire, you can read that into it. Like, you can sort of go, oh, well, love thy neighbor. That's the origin of human rights, and I think that's probably the position Glen would take. He's sort of like, well, these rights came out of Christianity, but the idea that your religion should be based upon whatever your conscience tells you, whatever you believe, that people have a right to life, liberty, property, for instance, you won't find that within Christianity. It just won't be there. You have to really stretch and say, hey, these morals came from this place, which then led to this, which then was given a bit of a tweak by this guy, and then that, and it's like, well, at that point, is it even Christianity? Like, if you're just talking about basic values, I mean, and I do like what Alex O'Connor is saying. He's sort of saying, well, these values that you're pointing to, that, oh, these values were in Christianity and they kind of led to this. He's sort of pointing out, but those are common human values. Like, do you not think that people in ancient China valued life, liberty, and property kind of thing? To a certain degree, yeah. Like,
they built the Great Wall to protect their country through a sense of not ownership the way we think of it today, but ownership. This is our country,
Well, I mean, it was basically to stop the Mongol hordes, basically. I mean, because they would, not so much take them over, but rather just raid them and take away property, essentially. So yeah. I think that sort of this kind of, well, Christianity is responsible. No, absolutely not. But I'll get the video up.
Yeah, we actually left off where Glen was demanding of Alex, where do non-Christians get their values?
Well, I mean, it'll be interesting to see what Alex says. Like, so human values, like values, is sort of, I think that we have shared values. I think that most humans value the same things. And this is something, if you do travel a bit, you'll notice that even though customs and culture are different, essentially people generally do want the same thing. They want a relatively free life without people, harming them, harming their family. They want peace. They want stability. Generally people want the same stuff wherever you go. It's not like this is an inherently Western thing. So I have a hard time believing that, and I even take exception with Western culture kind of thing. Every time we're talking about Western culture, it really does feel like American culture, is what we're talking about. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Because I've often noticed that Australian culture is just, it is very, very similar to British and American, but it is slightly different. And I've sort of mentioned before, there's more of a sort of collectivism idea in Australia. So there's very, very minute differences which become very clear once you sort of, before I started YouTube, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, I think we're all aware intellectually that there are cultural differences from nation to nation, or even places within a nation. But knowing that there are differences and seeing what those differences are, it's a little different.
Yeah. All right, well, let's get started. I've got it like at the right time. I'm actually organized today, which is just surprising to everybody, including myself, quite frankly. So let's go.
Overachiever.
Huh? Oh, no, no one ever is going to accuse me of that. Don't worry about that, Ember.
You say, Glenn, that wasn't necessarily just a Christian foundation that produced that. There are these other streams that fed into that. You feel that actually you're not overemphasizing Christianity here. It is the bedrock, if you like, that those values and the way we talk about, why we look at compassion and equality and progress in other cultures and see them as good things, as essentially coming from the Christian worldview itself. I suppose I just want to get to the core of this. Why for you does it come back to Paul and the Bible? And I assume Galatians, where he talks about male, female, slave, free, and Jew or Greek, you're all one in Christ. You presumably think there is something foundational about that, regardless of whether it's popping up in other forms, in other cultures and places, that it was, am I hearing from you going that it's the fact that idea got universalized through Christian culture rather than
Did it?
Platonic ideals?
Yeah. Did it though?
I don't think it did. We're still dealing with sexism, even here in the US. A lot of it. Also, was there a question, or do you just want to do Glen's part for him there, Justin?
Well, I'm not sure he's doing Glen's part for him, because he's kind of illuminating that, Western culture, especially modern Western culture with its emphasis on consumerism and capitalism, it doesn't treat people as equal, even though it probably should. I think that they're sort of, when people talk about Western culture, I feel like they idolize it a bit, or make it an ideal. They basically have this idea that it's this wonderful, thing with. But when I talk about Western culture, I'm including the ideas of, capitalism, for instance, which isn't necessarily a great thing. I think that it has benefits, but man, does it have some drawbacks as well. I think that, they're sort of thinking of this, oh, everybody is equal under Western culture. No, they're not. I'm really sorry, but if you want to say under Western cultures everybody's, completely equal, then, I've got some Epstein Files comments that argue with you. Seriously, let's not pretend that we've achieved this, Western society has achieved this equality. No! What are you talking about?
This has been a fiction, at least going back into the 18th century, probably before, where the privileged look to each other and they go, "Oh, Chitio, we're all equal. We're equal under the law, and everything is swell. Never mind the poor people starving in the streets, or the people with a different skin color who are just being fucking murdered, or the people who have boobs that aren't allowed to vote. We're all equal because it's the privileged position." Here's these, all three of these men, very privileged in this location where the poors aren't allowed, and they're just like, "Oh yes, we amongst ourselves, proper gentlemen, we are all equal." And I'm not to put words in their mouth, but this has been the tradition, is this presumption of equality from a position of privilege, not seeing the people who are not equal. That's one of the things that privilege means, is that blind spot of where equality is lacking.
One nation, one a seat. Oh, damn, that's terrible. Not really. Well, it looks like Gina Reinhardt and all the other mining magnates get exactly what they want in Australia now. If you don't understand the politics, One Nation is a far-right party who is against immigration. Basically, they're very similar to a MAGA of Australia, and they've,
it sounds nationalist.
Yeah, they've sort of reared their ugly head again. But I do have to note that even though they sort of they claim to be anti-establishment, the party takes a huge amount of money from mining companies. Gina Reinhardt, who's probably the richest person in Australia, so they're just going to be corporate lackeys. I think she got donated travel and things like that. She really cashed in on the bosses, the mining bosses of Australia giving out stuff. So that's actually horrendous. Yeah, back to the debate. That's terrible, but back to the debate. Yeah.
Or Hippocrates, or something like that. It's the way it was what actually happened on the back of those, those words.
Yes, and there were some Enlightenment philosophers, for instance, who wanted to see abolition but didn't join the abolitionist movement. So, David Hume thought that slavery was not something that led to greater industry or ingenuity. He thought that your free offer of your labor would lead to greater ingenuity, and so he had a kind of an abolitionist argument, but not for the sorts of reasons that we might resonate with today. And he had some pretty shocking remarks about race and about those sorts of things. And that's just an example, really, of you can have.
Well, I mean, so did the Christians at the time. Don't forget, the abolitionist movement didn't just free the slaves and then give them the vote or something. What are you talking about? I don't. Wow. Okay. I don't understand that. The lot of abolition. Don't forget, they had Jim Crow laws up until this. It's not like what I'm pointing out is that a person of that time having some very racist opinions was kind of just what it was like. They kind of all did. They had some very misogynistic views as well.
For sure, and no doubt. But I would point out that abolition went rather differently in the UK, and probably the rest of Europe. I know France banned slavery and then re-legalized it and then rebanned it, and it was a whole fucking thing. But I don't know that the UK ever had an equivalent of Jim Crow laws. They may have just gone from slavery to you're at least as equal as the rest of the commoners, for whatever that's worth. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think they would have. I don't think they had a sort of well, now black people are equal to white people after they freed the slaves kind of thing. I think there was still a large amount of sort of racism going on there.
I mean, that's still a thing. Like the commoners are mostly equal-ish, at least from what I can see from over here across the ocean. But at the level of peerage, shall we say,
Right.
In fairness, they look at the white commoners a lot like they look at the black commoners.
Well, yeah, that's true.
But
yeah. Yeah, and I mean, the House of Lords is still pretty shockingly put together. So, yeah.
You can have all sorts of predispositions towards any number of values and virtues, but there does seem to be this embedding of such values and virtues into communal life that has happened through the church. And just think about the church for a minute. You're in this Greco-Roman world in which it is absolutely segregated.
Well, sorry.
He's trying to take credit for communal life via churches. Right. But he refers to the Greco-Roman era where they had temples and shit. They already had religion, Glen. They didn't need the Christians to make temples.
Yeah. I think that you've got sort of counterfactuals in other places in the world. Like, for instance, Japan has a lot of values of politeness kind of thing, and that definitely didn't come from a Christian church. In fact, both Japan and China has had problems with Christians doing really bad things over there, and Korea as well, I might add. I found out watching a South Korean YouTuber, and they sort of said that South Korea is kind of the cult capital of the world kind of thing. They have so many of these really fringe cults coming up. So I think that Alex's point, which is these things arise in society not because of Christianity, I think he's got really stronger ground there, because there is sort of values that, while not being the same, are good values coming up in Japan, in China, in other countries, that are sort of similar to Western values. I mean, that they will value life, they will value community. That's not a Christian thing. That's just a human thing. So I think Glen's digging himself a bigger hole here, but he wants to make a distinction between values under the Greek-Roman system and values under the Christian system, basically. It's going to be interesting to see how he differentiates it, but because if you start going through the Christian, when the Christian really dominated, I mean, it's called the Dark Ages for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
It's not
period when the evil had reached its mid.
Yeah, I kind of find this while talking to Christians that it kind of goes from the early church to the past the Enlightenment and the abolition of slavery kind of thing, and they miss the middle period, the Dark Ages, where they were burning people and inquisitors and the conquering of other lands, that part gets a skip, that's nothing to do with Christianity apparently.
Yep, it's lost history.
Yeah, no, nobody knows about it. No, that's either that or they try to not claim those Christians. Go, well, they weren't my denomination of Christian. It's like, well, I mean, come on, you can't defend Christianity and then say, well, the major Christian denomination, which was dominant over Europe, well, that's not Christians really.
Right,
you got to wear that.
Evangelicals do today. They're like, oh well, Catholics aren't Christian. Where did the Protestants come from then? It's fucking wild.
I know.
Also, those values aren't Western values either. Like the world got all their. If you follow Jesus with his whole, do unto others, for example, that's an Eastern value. He got that from probably the Buddhists or someone who had encountered the Buddhists, So there's Eastern values
really?
at the
I didn't
core
know that.
of your Western values.
I did not know that. I did not know that he'd met a Buddhist. Do you have any citation for that? I didn't know that.
It's the idea of do unto others predates Christianity by like 500 or 600 years. It's first noted in the writings of the Buddhists, but it may have come from even older traditions. Oh,
it's more likely to have come from the Egyptians. Like that's just the golden rule, right?
Yeah, and in fact, they call it the silver rule, or they call the better rule the platinum rule, depending on who you talk to. Which, of course, is do unto others how they would prefer to be treated. Because not every, if I'm into some freaky shit, that doesn't necessarily mean that I should treat everyone to the same freaky shit because I like it,
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Between male and female, slave and free, barbarian and citizen, and that sort of thing. You are.
I'm sorry, barbarian and citizen. Oh, is this Rome? He's talking about Rome. Okay.
Are to center yourself around Christ and him crucified. You are to eat the bread together, which is something that people from different stratas of society absolutely would not do. You are to kiss one another. It's one of the most repeated kind of commands in the New Testament, 5 times, I think. It's this kissing campaign that you're meant to kind of do this. You are told that, whereas the Romans...
Look on the moderator's face. He's like, seriously,
Justin's
bro?
Like, what are you on about?
Yeah. Oh, look, I'm not going to object if Christians are macking on one another. Whatever, you do you, boo. But, like, seriously, I don't think that the moderator is impressed. He's like, I'm not kissing Christians.
Like, this is not a Western value, per se. Although Jesus really liked to kiss other men. He's kissing Paul on the cheek. He's kissing Thomas. He's kissing whoever that naked boy was in his tent. He don't, no judgment, love everyone, right? Like that was
Yeah,
his whole
yeah.
thing. Still,
Are going to worship images in their temples. You are told instead that the image of God is one another, and you can serve the gods not by burning incense to Jupiter. You can serve the gods by serving one another, and that kind of horizontalizing of your vertical relationship with the gods into a kind of
I don't think necessarily you serve the gods in those pantheons by burning incense or whatever. I'm not 100% sure that's exactly what they, like, I know a lot of it was, your deeds basically, heroic deeds kind of thing. Like, so if you were in a war, like doing something courageous, there was a lot of virtues around. I mean, I'm more familiar with sort of Greek mythology than anything else, but I think there was a lot of, well, that warrior did something incredibly brave. They're favored by the gods kind of thing. That's how you impress the gods, and Greek mythology has that all throughout it. Great deeds impress the gods, and that's how you gain the attraction and the favor of the gods. It's not burning incense. I think he really is on the wrong track.
I very much think so, because like this idea of people wanting to become legendary heroes. Well,
Right.
you do that by having legends told about you.
Mm.
And that's what hero means in its original form, is you're the protagonist of the story. You're the hero of the story.
Yeah.
It's like, okay,
Yeah.
there's a story told about you. Once it becomes a legend, which is to say everyone knows the general shape of the story, now you're a legendary hero. In a certain respect, Jesus became one of those, because everybody, at least in the English-speaking world, has at least a feel for the general shape of the story.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, I'm not sure he's right when he's saying, you just burn incense, because, I mean, there was the idea of sacrifice and stuff, but, I think that to gain the favor of the gods, it was more about your deeds. So
the Clementine homilies in the early church were just these beautiful kind of depictions of the way that you serve Christ is in the weak, in the poor, in the they are. I think there's a specific reason why these ideals are not just Platonic ideals in a Christian frame, because Christians believe in incarnation, and Christians believe in the body of Christ, and Christians believe in community, and Christians believe in encountering Christ not simply by burning incense to an image, but encountering Christ by taking in the stranger, right? By visiting the prisoner, by feeding the hungry, by clothing the poor.
Yeah, I will point out that sort of Buddhist monks did that kind of thing as well, and a lot of different traditions. Jainism does a lot of that stuff as well. This isn't unique to Christianity, and Christianity, I mean, Hinduism, even though, I mean, I have issues with Hinduism with the sort of caste system that it has, but
Oh, yes.
there is a lot of, taking care of family and taking care of other people in sort of different castes and stuff. Like there is that idea of like none of this is unique to Christianity. Like, and to suggest that this is the first time that it came along is kind of ridiculous. Like I think that people giving alms to the poor isn't a new thing.
Yeah, completely uncontacted peoples before invasion. One of the reasons that the Europeans got as far as they did, as quickly as they did, is because there's so many First Nations tribes on North America whose inclination is, when you see a stranger, even if they look different, even if they speak different, welcome them in.
Yeah. And that bit them in the ass.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, same happened in Australia. In fact, in Australia, they thought that the white people, or some tribes in Australia, thought that the white people were the ghosts of their ancestors returning. Boy, were they wrong. They were so wrong. Yeah.
The Christian impulse is not simply to hold these kinds of values. The Christian impulse is actually to embed them in a way that I think has led to the scaling of these kinds of institutions.
So then it's not the values which are Christian in origin. It's just the way that those values are used and
No,
institutionalized.
the stories, the Christian story births particular virtues, which have then become values, which have then become slogans, which have then...
A moment ago I asked about, we were speaking specifically about I suppose, equal treatment and strong oppressing the weak, and I gave you two examples that predate Christianity of those values being instantiated, actually in at least one case, a legal system. And when I asked you
the Hammurabi Code is the strong treating the weak, or so that's an example of what
is presented as a law for the protection against the strong oppressing the weak. Now, if I'm supposed to believe that the strong not oppressing the weak is a result of the cross's inversion of Roman society, but you're saying that this view is like uniquely Christian, and that Christianity, as Justin described, is the bedrock of a value. It's the bedrock even of values which predate it. Like, and you responded by saying, yeah, but this idea of this Hippocratic ideal of treating everybody equally in a medical context wasn't institutionalized into hospitals until Christians started doing that hundreds and hundreds of years later. Sure, that might be the case, and we can talk about why that might have been, and maybe that is a uniquely Christian development. But even if it is, we've still got this problem that the value itself predates Christianity.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. And so all of this. So I do find Glen does this a lot. He kind of. I mean, I'm not gonna hassle him for taking a long time to answer, because some of these questions, but he really veers off and doesn't answer the question. Like, the question was, well, why do we have these values that predate Christianity? Why do we have the Hippocratic Oath, which predates Christianity? And he's like, oh, well, Christians institutionalized it. And now he's back to arguing, well, the values themselves come from Christianity, when he's sort of, in a way, implicitly acknowledged that's not true. There are other foundational or pre-Christian societies and cultures which had these values. So, and to sort of say, oh, it wasn't really implemented into all the hospitals, I think the Hippocratic Oath was pretty widespread among doctors in Greece. It was one of these things which they all held up. But ancient Greece didn't have hospitals. So you're basically saying, well, Christians created hospitals so they get claim over the idea of doing the best for your patient.
Yeah, it's ishy, because like there were things before then. Like, for example, back when I was doing the morning show every weekday, I had Deviant Outcast on, and we talked about ancient Egyptian medical knowledge, at least what we've been able to extract so far from the ruins of history. And in 1800 BCE, they were passing around a scroll of like obstetrics, like, here's how you handle childbirth, how to get a cervix that isn't dilated to dilate. There's physicians. There's, maybe they didn't do it in a building called St. Mark's or something, but they were doctors doing medical care and teaching each other. And maybe they went from town to town. Maybe they exclusively made house calls and there were no hospitals. But the fuck is the difference,
Well, apparently it was Asclepiads. They were priest doctors. Apparently it was sort of, they were temples kind of thing to health and healing. Apparently, according to what I'm seeing here. So, apparently there was about 300 in the ancient worlds, which is interesting. So they kind of did. They were just associated as temples. So I think Glen here is really splitting hairs if he's sort of like, well, yeah, they did healing, but it was associated with religion. So, that's not. So you're telling me that they had all of these sort of almost religious centers where they had, the Hippocratic Oath and this idea of healing the patient, but that comes from Christianity, even though it predates Christianity, which is kind of wild.
Yeah.
So where did they get that from?
Oh, like I say, there's such a thing as common grace. But
I thought that
common grace? Now you're basically just going, oh, well, humans have these ideas, so it's common grace. It's basically what God. It's almost like a pre-sub. going, it's presup. It's basically, well, you get all of your ideas from God, so therefore anything that anybody comes up with is from God, even if I can't prove it. I'm just going to presuppose it does.
But he still fucked it up because, I mean, right here, he's granting this idea does not come from Christianity. He can still try to claim it for God, but it's not from Christianity, which is his proposition.
Yeah, so common grace, does that come from Christianity or directly from God? That's a very good point, Ember. Like, if that comes directly from God, then number one, why do we need the Christianity? If we can get all of this stuff directly from the source, shouldn't we do that? Oh, no, we need Christianity because reasons. Because it's responsible for all of Western society.
We have the best reasons. We have the most serious reasons.
We have the best reasons, or the most serious reasons. They're the best. They're the greatest reasons. You know that.
It came from Christianity.
In the West, it has. In the West, it absolutely
You said
has.
it couldn't have come with. This is why. So this is what I said happened earlier, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Like earlier, I said that what happens is that when you point out that these values have independently like evolved, people say, yeah, but we're talking about the West. Well, yeah, up and until you say that these values that we find in the West are uniquely indebted to Christianity and couldn't have existed without it.
In the form in which we encounter them in the West.
Okay, but if the form that you're talking about is
that is adding some pretty big asterisk, right? Like talking, like can I just say moving the goalposts here?
They went by so fast. There's a police car chasing them now.
Right. Wow, those are the fastest. Like they're just flying. Oh, all of these values come from Christian. Well, all of these values in the form in which we encounter them. Like, seriously, it's like, wow. What?
It's moments like these that we do these damn debates. Like,
oh
my
yeah.
goodness.
Wow.
So now we've retreated to the point. We've abandoned the Bailey. We've backed out of the Mott. We're now like somewhere up in the mountains, somewhere behind the castle, arguing that Christianity is responsible for the values produced after Christianity.
Yes.
We're in tautology land. We're in the mountains of tautology.
Yes. But he's basically acknowledging that, oh, those values would have arose. Yes, you're right. They would have arose, but they would be slightly different because they wouldn't have Christianity attached to them, even though they arose before Christianity. So why should we think that, or alternatively, and hear me out here, Glenn, hear me out, Christianity took those values from the people that came up with them before Christianity.
Divine plagiarism.
Wow.
It would be neat, though.
Rocket-propelled goalpost. Indeed. Sorry, that's what you said. Engage. I can do that because I look like Picard. What were you saying, Ems?
That's true. That's true. I don't remember. It's fine. I was probably gonna say something snarky. Who knows?
Please do. It's called the Red Cross. Checkmate, atheists.
Yes.
I found out that who was it? I think Blink 182 committed a war crime. The band Blink 182 committed a war crime because apparently on one of their albums, they had a red cross on a nurse's like cap kind of thing. And it is a war crime to display the red cross, red crescent, or what's the third one? I think it's the red star or something. any of those symbols at all for any reason apart from the Red Cross doing it. Because, you know, if you display it and you're not the Red Cross, then you may be using it for, you know, military shenanigans kind of thing. So yeah, I did not know that it is a war crime to just use that on literally anything. Really fascinating.
Essentially institutionalized hospitals, then the thesis has suddenly shrunk from like compassion is Christian to, you know, compassion exists and Christians worked out that we should found this thing called a hospital in order to instantiate it, which is cool, but it's a much more mild thesis and much more in line with what I'm saying, which is that Christianity has done some cool things for the world, but it's a massive overreach to say that it's responsible for the values that drove those developments.
So are you denying that it is, in fact, responsible for hospitals and charities the way that we think?
No, of course. I mean, hospitals in particular, absolutely Christian.
Well, yes and no. Like so like I said, you know, the Greeks, they would basically have these temples where, you know, sort of priests to the god of healing would do all of this stuff, and they were, for all intents and purposes, doctors. So we can't say, well, that's a you know, complete identical correlation. But centers of healing did exist before hospitals, you know, the modern hospital. So why isn't that considered the origin of hospitals? Why does it have to be Christianity that's doing it? If we had centers where patients went to get treatment from people, even if that treatment seems to be more on the spiritual woo side, why isn't that a hospital? I don't understand.
It's the primary focus, especially if there's healers who are comparing notes about practical things they can do. But whatever. The other thing is interpretations vary. It's mostly Red Cross, Red Crescent, but the third one seems to be Red Crystal. It's like a diamond shape.
Yes, the diamond. Yeah.
It's interesting, but also that may be why here in the US, one of our larger health care middlemen that takes all the money and doesn't give any health care is called Blue Cross. They're ostensibly, I'm just guessing, they started calling themselves Blue Cross because they couldn't be the Red Cross, because then people would think, oh, it's the Red Cross.
War crime, Geneva Convention. Yeah. I thought it might be Blue Cross because they give you blue balls.
I mean, it's when it comes to trying to get medical care, yeah, kinda.
Yeah. And you know, it is a, like, it really does show the state of the American, like, tangents in the chat, I know, tangents up in here, but it really does show the state of America's healthcare system, where somebody shoots a healthcare executive in the head and the crowd cheers. You know, like, that should be an absolute, you know, if somebody is taking out people involved in the medical industry and it's being largely applauded across the country, like, something needs to happen there. That should never be happening, ever. Like,
right? And the fact that a man with a broken back had to do it, it's wild. So
yeah,
I mean, we don't know for sure that Luigi did.
Allegedly. Yes. Please don't get my channel sued. I cannot be part of that. But yeah, allegedly he eliminated this guy. Yeah, but I'm more talking about when the reaction from the gathered masses is applause, something is wrong with that system. You know, it's not the people. Something's wrong with that system. You know, when people stand and applause, you know, it's like when people stand and applause, you know, the aristocrats being guillotined. It's like, yeah, then something is terribly wrong with that system.
Yeah, and that's the thing, that even from the times of the ancients, they understood that functional government depends on a happy citizenry. That's how you prevent rebellions and revolutions and such.
Yeah.
And the people want to cheer their favorite aristocracy people. They want to love Princess Diana and say what a wonderful
Yeah.
woman she is, and all the good deeds she's doing, and look how elegant and so forth. They want to be in favor of these things because these are the symbols of the nation, the people who keep them safe and society stable so they can live their lives in peace. They want those heroes. The fact that we're at a point where we're getting ready to get out the guillotines again. In fact, we did on January 6th, but never mind that. Oh wait, it was a gibbet. My mistake. But we're in that territory because the people are not in good shape. Where the government is not governing, and people are suffering.
Yeah, I think it's people are seeing the social contract be broken. The social contract basically just says, I will obey the law and, follow the orders of the leaders of the country as long as the leaders of the country are governing responsibly. And people are not seeing responsible governing. They're seeing completely irresponsible governing. And that's a problem. That's a huge problem. Break the social contract at your peril.
At least in their modern conceptions, there are like military hospitals and stuff like that exist elsewhere and in the world. But of course that's the case,
Right.
But the value that you're talking about, the compassion, the caring for the weak, the strong not oppressing the weak, it doesn't matter if they're male or female. Like again, we look at Galatians and we see this neither male nor female, neither Jew nor Greek, and we say, look how radical this was for Paul to say this, when hundreds of years earlier, the Hippocratic Oath says the same thing. It literally says male or female, rich or poor. It's the same kind of language.
Yeah.
And so, especially given that verse from Galatians is so brief and so relied upon in it.
And I got to jump in here, and it also does point out that it doesn't say that male and female are equal, like all of that kind of stuff, right? It says that they're equal under God, under Christ, right? Like I'll actually pull up the thing. What was it, Galatians?
Yeah, at least that's what they tell us.
Yeah, Galatians 3. I don't know if that's one of the ones suspected. It really doesn't matter, the fact that it's in the Bible, whoever wrote it. So if you're unfamiliar, Paul wrote. We're almost certain Paul wrote some of the letters in there. We're almost certain he didn't write some of the letters in there, that they were written by somebody else and they're just attributed to Paul. So, let's see. So, for all of you baptized into Christ, clothed him. So, at 26, it starts, so in Jesus Christ you are all children of God through faith. For all of you who are baptized into Christ have clothed yourself. Hang on, I'll share it. So, for all of you who are baptized into Christ have clothed yourself in Christ. So that's the two lines beforehand. So it's talking about Christians, right? There is neither Jew nor Gentile, both Christian sort of things. Gentiles are non-Jewish Christians, basically. I mean, obviously they weren't called Christians at this point, because basically, well, they might have been. They were neither slave nor free, nor is there male and female, for you're all one in Jesus Christ. If you belong to Christ, then you are Abraham's seed and heirs according to the promise, right? So he's not talking about, hey, everybody in society, like there is no class distinctions, there is no demographics of people within society. He's saying it about Christians, right? So it doesn't prevent Christians from going, oh, well, there's an Islamic guy over there, let's get him, right? Because it only says that about Christians. So this is not a Western value. A Western value is, hey, I have these rights under the law. That Satanist over there has rights under the law, the same rights under the law, and so does that woman who is a Wiccan, right? Like, this isn't a Christian value that there is equality. The Christian value is there is equality among the Christians. And this is very important, because they love to point at this passage and say, hey, it says to treat everybody equally. No, it doesn't. It says to treat Christians equally.
Well, even then, it doesn't say to treat them equally. It says they're equal in the eyes of God, regardless of what the fuck you people are doing here on Earth.
Well, that's true. And Paul also has a lot of things to say about, the place of women and how they should be silent in church kind of thing. And, the man is the head of the household. So, you could definitely find some passages that says, well, while male and female, there is no male and female in the eyes of the Lord, definitely don't let them talk in church.
In that sort of isolated element.
Yeah.
But where did they get this value from?
Well, they got that value. So I think Christians lean too much on Galatians 3:28 as though that has spawned by itself this sort of rights revolution. I think it describes a reality that is an incredible metaphysical reality that's in Christ. As it's theologically, this is where all the intellectual firepower of the early church and then of medieval times was kind of concentrated on the person of Christ, on hammering out Trinity, incarnation, and from that you get, okay, Jesus of Nazareth became man for all, and therefore all humans are saved in the man Christ Jesus.
No, all humans are not saved. No. Only the ones that accept Jesus into their heart are saved, Glenn. Like, no Christian believes that all humans are automatically saved, or at least I haven't met one. Maybe there's Christians out there that believe that, hey, Jesus died for our sins, so everybody's saved. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to join Christianity. But I've never heard that. What I have heard is that you have the opportunity to be saved, and all you got to do is believe in Jesus Christ. Right?
There
so this
are
whole...
few branches of Christianity. The Universalists, actually. It's the idea is universal salvation. Jesus died for everyone. You're already saved. So be a good person.
All right, fair call. Yeah, no, I haven't met a Universalist, I got to say. But I can't imagine they're a large denomination. They're not too small.
They mostly ally themselves with other religions. Like
right.
if you're hanging out in the United States and you want to go to a Wiccan funeral, they'll usually do it in a Universalist church because the Universalists is really nice with everybody.
Right. Yeah, well, I mean, that's fair enough. Okay, that's absolutely fair enough. Okay, but a majority of Christians, and I'd imagine, what is Glen? What is Glen? Is he?
I believe he's Anglican. He's
yes, that's right. He is, isn't he?
Yeah.
Anglican Church. Yeah,
So
or Church of England. Yeah, that is Anglican. Yeah, Church of England. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, they definitely don't think that everybody is saved automatically. Admittedly, they're a lot better than, say, the Baptists or whatever, but, I
guess men and women actually share a nature. They must share an identical human nature because Christ has come for all, and he has come as a male. And yet male and female are different, and the Bible's very clear about the differences between male and female. But here you've got this radical equality at the level.
Women are famously made from ribs.
Yeah, no, men weren't made from ribs. Yes, yeah. I really, okay.
Level of ultimate reality for a Christian, that in Christ who tramples down the great racial divide between Jew and Gentile, in Christ who dies the slave's death to rise.
Is that a racial divide? Yeah. Well, I mean, you could, okay, so Jew is very, there's a lot of, nuance to what that means, because it's a religion as well as a culture, as well as sort of the part of the Semitic race group kind of thing. So it is kind of, it covers a lot of ground, I will say. But, you can't say that the way that they perceived Jew and Gentile at the time is this great breakdown of the racial divide, because Jewish people were just the people from the area and Gentiles were the people who weren't, iron, coming from that area. I don't, this is ridiculous. suddenly there's no racism because there's Jew and Gentile. What are you talking about?
I mean, you could make an argument that there was almost no racism in the Levantine area at the time because it's the intersection of the pale-skinned people and the darker-skinned people and the really dark-skinned people. They're all traveling through this area to trade with each other.
Yeah. No, I got you. It's just, there has been places like that in the past as well. Like, I don't know. This is so weird. It's just so weird I would point to others like, treat the stranger well kind of thing. I don't think that's a novel idea to the Christians, but, I would rather point to that and say, hey, that's sort of anti-racism, the stranger, the other. Jew and Gentile just means, hey, don't go, well, I'm from the original, I'm descended from the original Jewish tribes. I'm better than you in Christianity. Wow.
I'm only better than Ember. That's
you
all
are
I've
better
ever...
than Ember. Yeah, that's a, yep, 100%.
Up to liberate us all. So Galatians 3 verse 28 is, I think, a reflection on some profound theological truths. I think the profound theological truths are what people have been meditating on, and that has sort of rippled out. Rather than going to the Bible as this sort of proof text, pick and mix.
The issue I have is that the progenitors of this kind of view tried to paint the world that Christianity entered into as so barbaric and so unthinkable compared to our modern conditions, which is true to an extent, but such that like these particular values that we're talking about, almost as if they came out of nowhere. Like this Jesus figure shows up, and without him, there's no way that these ideas could have evolved. Like the tradition that he enters into is particularly brutal, and I think that if you're a Christian, you might think that's the reason why he showed up there, maybe. But it's an overstep to say that those values could only have come from Christianity, and maybe that's we spoke earlier about that might be the development that you're making on Tom Holland. Holland is saying as a historical contingency in the West, it's sort of a blossoming of a Christian tradition. You're going further and saying it could not have happened without Christianity. And I just really want to know where you think these other people got it from.
Oh, this is, okay.
But like, where do you think they got it? I mean, you said that there's such thing as a common grace, but when we're talking about specific values, it's either the case that there's like this common intuition that people can have anyway, in which case it's not like Christianity as a historical force that's responsible for those values, or Christianity is responsible for those values, in which case they couldn't have predated Christianity, which they did.
It depends what we're talking about in terms of, I'll have to go back and watch the tape later.
Now there's room for nuance. Now it's, let's not treat these as all one thing, because it depends on which thing we're talking about.
Wow. Like, I have not seen this amount of goalpost moving since, the last FIFA Cup. And I'm not talking about the World Peace Prize, because I mean, he's basically now, like, you can, to be honest with you, I just see this guy as going, man, he's just undermining the entire premise of my book. Because don't forget, he's got a book writing on this, which is called, as they mentioned many times, The Air We Breathe, that claims that everything, the entire fabric of our culture is based upon Christianity as a foundation. And Alex O'Connor is quite right. He's, if the very fabric of our society is based upon Christianity, then they could not arise without Christianity, because that's what a foundation is. But he's sort of saying, well, they would arise, but they'd be different. Well, then the values are not based upon Christianity then. That's just the medium in which they've arose, which is unsurprising considering Christianity's monopoly on culture for such a long time.
Right. It's like saying, I've got this crop. Let's call it a type of corn. I've got this corn that only grows in this very specific soil. And Alex is over here showing the same corn growing in a different soil, or possibly even clay, or possibly even rocks. And he's going, and this has been here since before you moved in onto your special plot of soil. What the fuck do you mean?
Yeah. It seems like those values were there before Christianity and were just implemented by Christianity in a certain way. You know, and Glen's being really trapped in here because he can't go, oh, those values, you know, I mean, we do see some pre-suppers that will go, oh, well, those values weren't really true before Christianity. They existed, but they weren't doing it right, so they don't count, which is just hilarious because you're like, well, they had these values. Why were they doing them wrong?
Like they do with science, right? Like it's not really science until Popper, which means we needed Christianity first to get it right.
Yeah.
And dirty pool. But I think you could make
Archimedes.
a better argument.
Archimedes definitely doing science. I will say that.
Yeah, for sure. It may not be the same scientific method, but it was science. But I think Glen would have made a better point if he'd framed his argument more intelligently from the get-go, which is to say values that are uniquely Western, which allows room for there to be shared values with the rest of the world, or values that precede Christianity. The things that are unique to Western culture come from Christianity.
Well, what unique values are to the West? I mean, apart from insane levels of capitalism, which I would argue that capitalism is a Western value, but didn't come from Christianity. You know, Jesus is like, sell your goods and you know, blessed are the poor and stuff. That is not a value of capitalism. In fact, quite the opposite. Capitalism is based around blessed are the rich. That is the central tenet of capitalism. Your social class is based upon how much money you have. I don't. Wild, right? So I feel that they're only looking at the good values of Western society, and there are good values. Don't get me wrong. There's definitely good values of Western society, but I feel like, especially Western philosophers and Westerners in general, they will only be keenly aware of, you know, the West. It's so fantastic. It's got some real downsides as well, and I feel like they ignore those a lot. And I think, Ember, you may be right, and you pointed this out first, that it may be because these people are in a privileged position of not experiencing the lows of Western society, if you will, you know, not being in the impoverished class kind of thing, or, you know, the lower rungs of the social order kind of stuff. So I think you're absolutely right. I think that they don't realize the downsides because they've never experienced the downsides.
Right.
At what point did I say unthinkable? But maybe not unthinkable, but yeah.
Well, maybe you did.
But yeah, I did use the word unthinkable. But was it about things like, such as, you know, the secular is definitely a Christian-y kind of a thing that gets developed into separation of church and state, that gets developed into the freedom of religion, that is now taken to mean the freedom from religion.
So secularism, the separation of church and state, I'm not sure you can point to Christianity. A lot of people will point out the render unto Caesar sort of, you know, message kind of thing. And that's just one paragraph in the Bible. Like, there's a lot more about Jesus conquering the world and, you know, establishing his kingdom, rather than, you know, make sure you give the secular Caesar his due kind of thing. And I would suggest that phrase is more used to say, don't cross the Roman authorities, because they will absolutely destroy us, than not. And don't forget, like, soon after Jesus was crucified, or apparently crucified, there was the first Judeo-Roman War, right? Like, they had a war quite closely after to try and throw off the yoke. So a lot of this stuff is aimed at, surviving in a Roman world. The Romans were the great sort of enemy that they had at the time, and rightly so. I mean, they were an occupied people. I completely understand why, but I also understand that when, I believe that was in Romans, wasn't it? Like, render unto Caesar.
Possibly.
Um,
It's not my area of expertise. But while you're looking that up, it's interesting. In a certain sense, you can give credit to Christianity for the concept of secularism. The idea comes from the ancient Greeks, but the term comes from Augustine's City of God, which he wrote after Rome got sacked because he was trying to build a barrier between church and state
mhm.
so that people wouldn't look at Rome's military weakness and say the church is failing. He was trying to separate the church from the state so that the church could survive the fall of the state, which it
Right.
did because he
Yes.
did that.
Yeah, so no, it's in the Synoptic Gospels. Basically, that in Matthew and Mark, apparently he's sort of asked whether they should pay, it was a response to a question whether it was lawful to pay taxes to Caesar, right? Like Caesar being obviously the ruler of Rome. So he basically is in a trap, right? They're trapping him because if he says yes, pay your taxes to Caesar, they can say, oh, well, you're just, giving in to the oppression of the Jewish people kind of thing. And if he says no, they can sort of say, well, you're trying to raise rebellion. So he says, render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, right? Like, so he's basically saying, give them what they're due, but no more. So it's kind of a way out of that trap, sort of saying, hey, give them the bare minimum you have to, right? Like, don't do things for them that you don't have to do, but give them what you have to, kind of thing, which is very, very, I mean, it's very smart, but I think it's more to do with, well, what will the Romans do with us if we don't pay our taxes? Well, they're going to come down on you like a ton of bricks, because that's the Roman thing to do. You don't pay your
Right.
tax.
Paul's whole thing was that this is what we would today call a spiritual movement. He's like, we don't care about what the earthly political authorities do. That's not the kingdom we're interested in. So just do what you need to do, and then use the rest of your time to worship God,
Yeah.
And we're all secular people now. That is, we're some considerable distance from the Christian origins at that point, but that kind of development is unthinkable outside of the Christian trajectory that gave us that. And therefore, of course, we're in a society, we're in the only society on the planet that's ever thought of itself in religionless terms, right?
Can I ask you a question? Like,
well, not exactly.
No.
I mean, in the philosophical sense, that's technically true, because societies that don't have a religion-centered orientation, like the West seems to, don't really have the terminology to think of it in that specific framework. Like, there's a number of indigenous tribes here in North America where they may have spiritual practices or superstitious traditions or so forth, but they don't have a religion per se. But because they don't have a religion per se, they don't have the word religion. So they're not talking about themselves in a self-aware way as being without religion. It'd be like me being without a Martian diet. I'm not exposed to a Martian diet, so I don't think about it,
And there is a tribe in South America, in the Amazon, sort of one of those very, very little contacted tribes that don't even have a concept of God, right? They don't have any kind of concept. I mean, there is basic sort of spiritualism through their thing, but they don't believe in anything that is a God concept at all. It sort of breaks that idea that humans have a God-shaped hole kind of thing. But they've got a very sort of strange philosophy on life as well. It's kind of fascinating. I remember reading about it, and they sort of don't acknowledge anything that isn't sort of present at the time in their vision or in their hearing or whatever. They basically like, well, when something goes away, it ceases to exist. This very, very sort of very present kind of thing. Like the present is the only thing that exists, which is really interesting. But as part of that, there's no God concept. They don't know what you're talking about. Like there is no overarching deity. So that sort of will, where the only culture that has thought of itself with no religion, it seems like he is trying to claim that secularism is a product of Christianity. Now,
and that's explicitly not true in every sense. Another thing that comes to mind is the Kavarka school in India, which arose around the same time as Buddhism, 600-ish BCE. They were materialists. They rejected all the supernatural stuff. Their core philosophy is the only thing that matters is what's made of matter.
Right.
Basically.
Well, I also think that sort of when you're looking at secularism and the rise of and look, atheists have been around since ancient Greece at least, right? The disbelievers in any gods were in ancient Greece, like going, you guys, I believe the Epicureans, that school of thought. But the Stoics, I'm not sure about the Stoics. I'll leave that one alone. But there definitely were schools of philosophy that rejected the gods completely. Just wholesale. No, they don't exist. So this idea of a non-religious society, I think that when you have a pantheon like the Greeks did, it kind of was that, right? Like, it doesn't matter whether you believe in the gods, don't believe in the gods. It kind of is separate from that. But, like, the secular world really started from the Enlightenment. And again, Alex O'Connor made the point of, in regards to slavery, Christians were 100% in control for a large section of the Middle and Dark Ages. Like, if they knew that secularism and secular societies were the best way for a nation to function, why not implement them then? Right? Like, he cannot possibly... Right, he can't possibly claim secularism as a Christian thing. Now, there were Christian thinkers, like John Locke, for instance, that contributed towards, a secular state. That your religion should be your conscience, and people of religion shouldn't force their religion on people that don't follow that religion. But that doesn't mean they can't live as one nation. That idea, yeah, John Locke can do it, but so did atheists like Voltaire, right? Like, you can't just say, well, that's Christian because a Christian guy contributed. A lot of people, deists, contributed to that, and they're not Christian. But I feel like now he's trying to inch towards, well, people who were religious in any way, shape, or form, no matter whether they were Christian, deist, pantheist, whatever, contributed towards this thing, therefore it's a Christian idea. And that is a non-sect. That does not follow at all. And it doesn't explain why, until the Enlightenment, the Christians really were at the very top of, moral decisions, and they actively resisted any non-Christian influence, sometimes very violently.
Oh, yeah. Even Christian influences that they didn't care for, very violently.
Yeah.
One problem I have with this is that it seems like basically anything that the West does or is said to do can in some vague way be traced back to the Bible or the Christian tradition in one way or another. Now, if that's not the case, because that would be a little bit too weak of a principle, what would be a falsifying condition? Like, if there was something that were true in the West, something that people did, something that people accepted morally, Is there an example of such a thing that would make you say, okay, that's not grounded in Christianity?
That's a really good question. And that's a good question for pre-subs, by the way, if ever you're unfortunately, engaged in debate, forced into a corner and forced to deal with a pre-sub. What would be the thing that falsifies it? What would be so when falsification, and it's great you brought up Karl Popper because that's essentially his realm, right? Falsification. Basically that if something can't be falsified, it's kind of not even worth considering as an explanation, because we should be able to go, well, if this was the case, we would find this. Like, for instance, consider evolution. If we were to find a organism in the fossil record that was completely unconnected to anything else, right? Like, that would falsify it. If we could find a bird in the Precambrian era, like that, the Precambrian rabbit kind of thing, that would falsify it. Very, very easy criteria. Of course, it doesn't happen, but at least it has some way of doing that. So really what we're doing is making a hypothetical of, if you had some value that doesn't come from Christianity, like what would that look like? And I think Alex is warming up to say, hey, well, we've got this value that predates Christianity. Why doesn't that falsify it?
Yeah.
Because I think that would be a good falsification criteria. If we find values that predate the advent of Christianity in Western society, that falsifies that they came from Christianity.
Yeah, Precambrian marriage ceremonies, as it were.
Marriage has been around. Like, I don't think anybody knows the origin of marriage. It's been around for so long.
Yeah, and it's I mean, they describe it in every culture virtually as soon as they invent writing. And we've got Roman records of the explorers, and even I think Julius Caesar, some of his writings about the Germanic tribes and how their marriage ceremonies are different from how Rome does things, but they definitely have marriage ceremonies.
Yeah.
In a way that you don't think I could pull a similar trick of sort of saying, but this biblical story or this church tradition or whatever. Like, can you think of an example of something society could be doing that would disallow you, that would falsify the idea that it's Christian in origin?
So this is actually the difference between me and Tom, which is not the difference that you identified. The difference between me and Tom is for me to be able to say, I think there is a Christianity beyond which we have developed ideas, and we've developed ideas with Romanticism, for instance. Again, Romanticism is unthinkable without this tradition of the person that's come, through the scriptures and through meditation on the persons of the.
What's he talking about? Romanticism, like the sort of upholding of Roman values? Is that what he's talking about?
It's
I
hard to
can't.
say. He needs to be more specific. Maybe he's trying to equivocate or something, but I get the impression he's trying to talk about how there's this. I don't know how to disambiguate like what we normally mean by romantic these days, as in it's got that element of fairy tale, happy ending, story magic. It's romantic. The prince saves the princess kind of thing.
No, so he's talking about a philosophy movement. Okay, so apparently, and take this with a grain of salt, it is AI. I always feel the need to say that, absolutely, this is our opinions and what we believe and what Ember and I are, sort of claiming to know, but do check your check what we say. Leave a comment if we get anything wrong, please. We're just our.
Because whenever I'm wrong, not only do I get to stop being wrong, but I usually learn even more cool shit. I'm like, oh, is that so? And then I'll look into it and I'll find 5 more cool things. I fucking love being wrong.
Yeah, so apparently it was an artistic, intellectual, and literary movement originating in Europe towards the end of the 18th century, so after post-Enlightenment, that emphasized emotion, individualism, and the glorification of nature in the past. It emerged as a reaction against the scientific rationalism of the Enlightenment and the ordered formal rules of neoclassicism. Okay, so it basically prioritize subjective feeling, intuition, and spontaneous emotion over logic and intellect. Interesting. So it was kind of a counter movement to the empiricism and sort of rationalism of the Enlightenment movement. Well, Tommy, just I presume he's getting to it, mate. We're gonna find out how he's moving the goalpost in a bit. Okay, give him time. He's got to limber up before he moves those goalposts. All right, just give him a second.
A goalpost caber toss.
Trinity and there's definitely some very Christian backstory to the individual. You know, we invented the individual, Larry Seidentop's great book, but we've also invented individualism. We've got this intense first personal sense that I think has turned into a romanticized kind of self, and takes the West in all sorts of directions contra to what the Bible is. So I'm not trying to make the point that, I mean, it's easy to say like, oh, the modern West is very pro-gay and the Bible's very anti-gay, and I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that, because if I said that to you, if I said, you know, the LGBT movement is anti-Bible, you could say, yeah, but the motivations behind the LGBT movement are essentially Christian. What I'm saying is, can you think of a single example of something the West could be doing that would make you say, actually, no, that's definitely not Christian? Oh, industrial scale abortion? Okay, right. So if, like, and you don't think the West is doing that? It's totally doing that. So when you...
The fuck is happening?
He just falsified himself. This is amazing. He said, well, what would falsify it? Right, what is one thing we could be doing as you know, a thing that we could be doing that is not derived from Christianity? And he's like, industrial scale abortion. And Alex is like, well, aren't we doing that? And he's like, yeah.
Case closed, I guess.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. I don't think he understands what he must understand falsifiability, right? Like, he must understand what that means.
So. I don't. Sometimes people surprise me, but like,
well,
I would argue that we're not doing industrial scale abortion, but
he thinks we are. He thinks we are.
I don't understand what's going on.
I feel like he's going to shift to. So really, we're talking about, like, when we're talking about abortion, we're talking about bodily autonomy, right? Like the idea that women get to do whatever they want with their bodies. Now, I would argue that that's a Western value that doesn't come from Christianity, right? Like, that does not come from Christianity. So there are these things, and I think they are falsifiers. Like, for instance, freedom of religion. Okay, I don't think that comes from Christianity. I think that having freedom of religion would falsify it, kind of thing. Right? Mm-hmm. Like, I think that capitalism is another one that falsifies it. You know, Christianity, but it's really hard to say, because even though capitalism kind of is against what the Bible says for Christians to do, Christianity itself has engaged in a lot of capitalism, right? Like, there's no coincidence that the Vatican is like adorned in gold, right? Like, it's not pure chance, and people tithing and stuff. It's not pure chance. Like, it really is a feature. So he could argue that, but he's just pointed to one thing that is a Western value, that women have reproductive control. That's a Western value that he says falsifies it.
Yeah,
but
if you want to sanify it and say, you know, the right to bodily autonomy, then I would agree. That is a thing that is a Western value that we're struggling with here in the US, but generally speaking, as a society we believe in, yeah, I would definitely go with that.
Well, I mean, the US, like, this is the problem that I keep running into, that the US isn't Western culture, right? Like, we talk about Western culture, it's really a number of you know, very similar, but significant differences. So we're talking about Australia, Europe, and all the different, there's France, which is different than Poland, different from Germany, different from Norway, different from Sweden. Then there's the UK. I feel like when people say, I feel like when they say Western culture, that he's talking about the UK. And, if I say Western culture, I'm talking about Australian culture, and you're talking about US culture, which are slightly different again. So, and I get that there are similarities between them, but I think that as far as Western culture goes, the US sort of cracking down on reproductive control is an outlier. I think that is abnormal to the development of the Western world. I think that is something that, it wouldn't have in common with many, many Western nations. Like, it really is an outlier.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is where we kind of run into the composition division problem, where Glen started with a proposition that requires us to treat all these very different cultures as if they're fundamentally the same thing, when they're very much not.
Right. And I mean, I know that Australia's democracy and the instigating event, I mean, I realized that the instigating event for America was, the Boston Tea Party kind of thing. It was rising up against the king. Australia's was different. That was miners rising up against a mining tax kind of thing. So it was very different. But I think that I think that he's going to go, well, this value of bodily autonomy, or he'll call it industrial scale abortion, because wow, he will say that's not a Western value, right? He's going to basically mold Western values to his Christianity, rather than sort of the general zeitgeist over the society, right? Like, he's going to go, it's like how people do, Republicans and stuff do with America, when they're sort of like, oh, but this is an American value kind of thing. Christianity is an American value. And it's like, no, secularism is. And then they say, no, that's not American. Where it clearly is, like, that was a foundational value that the Americans had when the country was founded. So they're basically molding the overall culture to what their views are, rather than sort of distancing and looking at the overall culture. It'd be like me saying, someone saying, oh, well, Australians drink tons of beer, they're basically alcoholics. And me going, well, beer drinking isn't part of the Australian culture because I don't do that. It absolutely is. Like, that's the thing. Like, we even have a term in Australia called the pub test, right? Which is basically, if you're down in the pub basically drinking and you say something, are people going to go, well, you're full of shit? That's basically the pub test.
Okay.
It's just one of those things, like, and it has been a problem over here. Like, tangents in the chat, I'm going off again, but it has been a problem over here. Problems with alcohol, it has problems, but I cannot deny that is part of the Australian culture. It is. I think alcohol for Australians is like guns for Americans. There's tons of problems, but it definitely has been part of the culture since the inception. Fun fact. Apparently there was a notice posted to American Marines in Darwin in Australia during World War II, not to try to outdrink the Australians.
I could totally see that.
Yeah.
Our Marines, oh my goodness, they're they have this culture where, while they themselves, it's very compatible with Christianity, they perceive themselves as worthless worms, but at the same time, they're better than everyone who isn't a Marine at everything. You know?
Right. And there is a average alcohol content beer US.
I might be back. Maybe.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you dropped out. I was just looking up something.
It's all good. My internet just. Oh, maybe it's not. Okay, I'm getting alerts on things. Apparently, they sent out. There's an Amber Alert, and it appears to have glitched all the devices.
Oh, an Amber Alert?
It's yeah, for anybody not familiar, there was an abducted child several years ago whose name was Amber, and as a response after the fact to help prevent that kind of harm, whenever a child goes missing, they issue a broadcast alert, so everyone everywhere is keeping an eye out for this child.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's good. We get those as well to the phones on SMS. The police have the ability and responsibility to send out an SMS to everybody in the area when anybody goes missing. Usually you do get them for, it's kind of sad, but you do get them for old people, who may not, may have dementia or something like that, which it's always like I see them and I'm like, oh, that's sad because they've gone missing. And then you never hear again. Like, I'd like if they send out an alert saying, hey, we found them. That would be nice.
Right.
But then
It
again,
would.
if you don't hear anything, you're like, oh no. So I don't know which would be better, but I'm glad that they send it out so people look for them, or just have your eyes open for somebody fitting the description kind of thing. And that's for children. Yeah. It's mostly old people, and I think that's a really good thing to do because there's some old people, their minds are going. There's one in the White House. They don't know what they're doing, and they just wander around saying weird stuff. Just saying.
Going from room to room. I actually had my own tangent. I had a nightmare about that last night.
Really?
I was so sleepy. I was disoriented. I could. It's been a rough several months, folks, and the last few weeks have been rougher. And so I haven't been getting as much sleep as I really need. And so I was so exhausted when I went to bed. And I even went to bed early. And I had this dream where I was like so tired, even within the dream. And I kept forgetting where I was going. And I'd find myself just for one part, I like a person came into the room I was sleeping in and was like, what are you doing in my bed? And I realized it was Brentley, the punk apostate. And I'm like, how the fuck did I get here? How am I in Brentley's bed?
Oh no.
Like it was like my brain was gaslighting me, but the whole time I felt so exhausted inside the dream. I couldn't straight,
Oh. No, look, anytime Brentley's in your dreams, that's got to be a bad sign. That's got to be a bad sign. I'm hassling Brentley. He's not even here, I'm just throwing shade at Brentley for no apparent reason. Look, punk apostate, great guy.
It's fun.
Yeah.
And so that's not very Christian. So when you say that Western civilization, warts and all, is indebted to Christianity, this is an example of a massive part of modern Western culture, which has got nothing to do with Christianity. It's actually contra Christianity. 100%. But many people, if you ask people on the street, I think popular consensus, especially in the UK, is that abortion is fine, at least up to a certain point. It seems to be a settled issue here. Yeah. So the air that those people are breathing is profoundly unchristian.
Which I say in the book. And what
out here? You just gave falsification principles like abortion, free and available abortion, or industrial scale, which I think is a horrible way to describe it, because
we're going to the abortion factory.
Boy. Anyway, they choose the worst terms. That as Alex pointed out, that's a settled issue. People accept it, and this is the norm for Western cultures around the world. I like how he said for at least the UK. Yeah,
Mhm.
fair enough. Yeah, at least he's acknowledging, hey, there are differences in culture between, but ours, yeah, it's settled. It is a thing. It is absolutely settled. No one's arguing about it. Like it isn't even something that is argued at elections. It is settled. And he's like, yeah, but that's anti to Christian. But I say that in the book. So what are you saying?
What I say in the book is what's
Everything
fascinating at that point is that they're doing what is
Sorry?
everything comes from Christianity except the stuff that doesn't come from Christianity, like this thing.
Right.
Look at it right here, which just proves that everything comes from Christianity.
Well, I feel like he's trying to claim everything he sees as beneficial as from Christianity, and everything negative is evil coming in from somewhere else, right? Like he's going to be arguing that the Western culture, and this is what I was talking about with people putting the Western culture on a pedestal, right? Like they put it on a pedestal, like it is the best culture. It is the best culture. It's got the most famous. It's the best you've ever seen. You've never seen a culture like the Western culture. You know, it's the very best culture ever with no downside. It's put upon this pedestal. And like I say, Australian culture, it's great. It's laid back. It's also got some downs. You know, there's things about it like the incredible amount of drinking and stuff that is, it's not a good part of the culture, right? But it is part of the culture. You can't just say, well, one culture is all good and this one is all bad. I think he's really sort of, he's really being horrible where sort of saying, well, this is a bad part of the culture, so that's not from Christianity, but everything good is. You know, all of the laws, the rights, the you know, opposition to racism, all of these things that I agree with are from Christianity, and all of the bad stuff that's from. But you know, having bodily autonomy is not a bad thing.
Yeah, it should be true for everyone. But I mean, oh my goodness, it feels like stealing a play from the evangelical book. You know, all good things come from
Mhm.
God. God creates all things, and then you point out the bad things, and they go, "Oh, that's demons, though."
Yeah, yeah, that's supernatural Satan putting it on the world. But you know, I still think freedom of religion is a very good thing for society. In fact, it's essential for modern society, and it definitely didn't come from Christianity. Okay, I regret my comment in the chat. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I've considered to be a pagan practice for some profoundly Christian reasons. And you know, it's healthcare, right? It's about bodily autonomy.
But
and
look,
rights.
I asked you a
It's
second
right to
ago
speak
for an
right.
example of something which you would say is not like not an example of a flourishing of Christianity. You said industrial abortion.
Yep.
When I said, well, that means it's not Christian, you said, but they're actually doing a very Christian thing. I'm saying,
No, they're not doing a Christian thing.
you said that they're motivated by Christian principles.
No, I don't think they're motivated by Christian principles. I just think the way.
Stop, Glenn. You'll keep falsifying yourself. Western society has this belief that a woman should be able to, culturally, that a woman should be able to choose whether they accept a pregnancy or exercise control over their body and abort the fetus. That is a Western value. That doesn't come from Christianity, so therefore Western values do not come from Christianity. You can't claim that all values come from Christianity. I think that Alex has done a really good job because he's pointed out there are values like, you know, the idea that all people are equal came from ancient Greece, Hippocrates, and the Hippocratic Oath. There are ones that predate Christianity as far as people being equal in, you know, Mesopotamia, Samaria. I think he's doing a fantastic job because all of these things is not from Christianity.
Yeah, if he did go on, and maybe that's why this debate runs so long, is if they do their best to go like point by point, I think you would find that every value that's a good value either predates Christianity or arose somewhere else or whatever. And everything that Glen would call a bad value, he would disavow from being from Christianity anyway.
Well, I think he's going to try and disavow it being a Western part of Western culture. And the point that I'm trying to make is that Western culture isn't what you want it to be. It just is. You know, like there is culturally things that are Western that are, you know, just they're part of Western culture and they're not great. You know, like they are not great. I think that capitalism is a perfect example. Like that is part of Western culture. Consumerism is part of Western culture. It just is, you know. So I think that he's going to try and disavow everything that is not great, or as he sees it, and say, yeah, that's not Western culture. So he's basically trying to make a tautology. Christian culture is Western culture.
You are able to forward some quite pagan ends in a modern society, and there's lots of pagan stuff that we do. You do tend to have to use some Christian language in order to do it, or Christian-ish language in order to do
it. Is abortion pagan? Like, what do you mean by pagan? Like, just non-Christian as the original? Originally, a pagan was non-Christian, right? So I presume he's talking about it in the historical sense of non-Christian, but like when you say pagan, it gives people the idea that you're talking about sort of a spiritualist Wiccist tradition, and I don't think that's the case. I think there's plenty of Wiccans and people doing witchcraft that are furiously anti-abortion. So
yeah.
do something profoundly un-Christian.
Okay, so once again then, like we've sort of landed on this thing, industrial abortion, which you say that to buttress in Western civilization, you need to use Christian language. What I'm looking for is a falsifying condition then, something which the West could be doing, which you could not make that argument for. It seems like it doesn't matter what you point to. The fact that you can point to like the gay rights movement, to feminism, even to industrial abortion, and still say that, you know, ultimately there's some Christian influence going on here.
You're mischaracterizing me there. You mischaracterized me there quite substantially there.
I don't think he is. I think he's trying to point out that it's completely unfalsifiable, because anything you say, you go, well, you can find this passage in the Bible that sort of, you know, it doesn't say exactly this, but it's the foundation kind of thing. Like I am struggling. Sorry, go ahead, Ems.
Oh, are you speaking in English words? Why, that includes a Christian influence, you know?
Yeah, I would say Latin contributed more, but, you know, you'd basically go, well, no, it's the Christian influence. Oh, boy.
I think it's a totally pagan practice, which we are heading full steam towards. I think euthanasia is another kind of pagan practice that, you know, is utterly in keeping with paganism, not in keeping with Christianity. But even the reasons that are given for it, some of them are starting to be reasons, such as, well, you know, the NHS is creaking at the seams, and you know, this might be cheaper. You know, some of those sorts of justifications are being given, which are pagan kinds of justifications for pagan kinds of practices. But you're looking for
what? I am so confused at like how this gets to rebut O'Connor's point. That, hey, look, let's look at euthanasia, okay? Another contentious issue, another one that's accepted in most Western countries, yeah? At least under certain conditions, sure, yes? That it isn't even an argument anymore. That if somebody is, you know, really suffering, that we should ease their suffering by any means possible kind of thing. And if they consent and are very enthusiastic about ending their life, then we help them with that. We're not talking about, like, you know, a lot of them just do this slippery slope where they're like, oh, well, it'll be just the government taking people off the street. No, that's not what we're talking about. No, we're talking about people with terminal illness that consent and enthusiastically consent, you know, because the rest of their life is going to be spent in pain. So, you cannot say that's Christian, right? That's not a Christian value. It's not a value that any Christians really share. It is a Western value. So, but he's saying that the motivations behind it, you don't want to see people suffer. Okay.
Yeah, I'd say he should try to claim it. He should be like, mercy is a very Christian value, but he's not even trying.
But the problem there is that mercy existed way before Christianity. It's not like, everyone... Sure. Yeah, it's not like everybody just offed one another willy-nilly without any mercy shown to anybody before Christianity, and then suddenly there was this radical change. I don't know. It's just... I think that Glen has absolutely unraveled at this point. Because he's trying to point to the values, but the values were there before Christianity. So he's kind of ping-ponging between, did the values come from Christianity, like the base values, or did the sentiment come, the actual implementation come from Christianity? And Alex is pointing out where both are wrong. So he's sort of ping-ponging between the two, unable to land on one.
Falsifiability, when we're not talking about science, okay? So falsifiability works brilliantly if you've got population A, population B, and a control group, and let's run the experiment, and let's look at the results, and we'll ABC test it, okay? You cannot do that with the past. You literally, we look back at the past, there is not A, B, or C past. There is only A.
No. Falsifiability isn't just, you can only do this in science. It's basically saying with any claim, if you don't have some criteria for proving it wrong, it's not even worth considering that it's right. It isn't just science. If I say, I have a girlfriend in Canada, okay, what would falsify it? Well, nothing can falsify it, right? There's no way to falsify it, because my camera's broken, didn't take any pictures, all of the excuses. She doesn't like to, be on film. If it's unfalsifiable, then it's not even worth considering as a possibility. And this is standard. This Popper went through this very thoroughly. So it's sort of like, it's not just science. Now, you might accept it as sort of a, okay, well, I'll accept that until further notice. But it's just, if you're looking to disprove something and unable to falsify, it's not just, this would falsify it, but we can't, it hasn't shown up. There is literally no way to actually test it. There is no way to actually see it fail. Then it's not even worth considering that it's true.
And she goes to another school.
Yeah. Yeah.
Here, the princess is in another castle, or in this case, on another asteroid.
Well, you know what? If Mario's standards were lower, he just would have married the toadstool in the castle and, just had a happy life. I don't, Mario's standards too high. He has to have the princess. I think it's a problem, quite frankly. I think it's a psychological... He's putting the princess on a pedestal. It's not good. It's not good.
Has been 20 centuries of some very profound Christianization. And we've come out the other end of 20 centuries of very, very strong Christianization. And the extraordinary thing is that so many people are able to think of Tom Holland's thesis as wild or, it's an incredibly modest thesis, which I think is quite obvious. And it's quite obvious to everyone else around the world when everyone else comes.
No. It's obvious to Christians. Christians are the one that go, well, that's obvious that Christianity provided all of our values for everything. But they're the only ones, mate.
And only when they don't think about it at all.
Right. Because when you start to investigate it and sort of, go, hey, well, West has this value, does this go? It falls down. And the fact that he's now just using an argument from incredulity, right? Like he's just saying, oh, well, this guy made a thesis and it's weird that anybody questions it. I don't understand how anybody could possibly I'm incredulous that anyone would question it when it seems so obvious. If it's obvious, these questions that Alex is asking wouldn't be a problem. They wouldn't be a problem. So it's really weird in the middle of a debate that he's sort of going to, it's obvious to everybody. What are you talking about? Really? Well, it's not obvious to Alex.
Yeah, it's the same thing as saying God's power is obvious. Haven't you read the Bible? And we're like, where? I mean, I see evidence of Odin's power. There's no frost giants. I see evidence of Ahura Mazda's power. The sun goes through the sky every day and warms the earth and so forth. Where is the evidence of Jesus's power? I don't see anyone who's living forever around here.
Have you looked at the trees?
I have.
Yeah.
No Jesus particles yet. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. But look at the trees. Well, I feel like he's sort of going just into sophistry here. Just sort of. It's obvious to everybody that this is true, but it's not, because and look, the look on the guy's face as well. It says it all. The moderator is just like, what? And I mean, it's not obvious to Alex.
He's a very Christian guy. I think Tommy in the chat touches on an important point. The belief's so obvious we have to colonize the world. This is the value of Western culture. Other cultures are perfectly happy to just have their culture be their culture, but Western culture has elements to it that are so obviously flawed that rather than correct course or admit they were wrong, this is the Christian value, you can't ever admit you were wrong, they want to conquer the whole world and rule out any alternatives. So there's no one saying, well, look, there's an alternative. If everything is Christian, then Christianity can't be wrong.
Right. Yeah.
The UK, they're just like, well, I've come to a Christian country, haven't I?
You think that?
Right.
You think people come to the UK and think, wow, how profoundly Christian this place is?
Yeah.
You think you walk around
Have you talked to immigrants? They come. I've come to this country. It seems to be a Christian country. Now.
Have you talked to immigrants?
Privilege.
Right. I mean, they might say it's a Western country, and this is what I'm talking about. He's kind of trying to intertwine Christian and Western to mean exactly the same thing, and that's not the case.
Devout Muslims might look into the West and think, this is what Christianity is. It has become so decadent. It is so, self-obsessed, etc., etc., etc. But their idea, because they don't have a separation of church and state, because they don't have the secular.
I mean, this is impossible to prove. I mean, I don't know. So I suppose it depends on who you ask. But anybody listening, if they visited the UK, like walked around London and thought, wow, how profoundly Christian everything is here.
From another religious point of view, a Chinese person comes to the UK. They are thinking that it's Christian. Right? A Muslim person...
Wrong. I don't know why they would think, it's Christian. It's Christian. No, it's the UK. It's the UK. Christianity is a part of it, right? But you don't just go, it's Christian. It's Christian.
Yeah, you don't get that. Like you go to Northern Ireland, for example, or even Wales. I mean, hell, there's still the remains of Merlin's oak are still propped up by concrete pillars in the middle of the city I can't pronounce because it's Welsh, even though I'm half Welsh. It just like there's Stonehenge, there's paganism all over the damn countryside.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's Hadrian's Wall up towards, between Scotland and England, basically, which is definitely not Christian. Hate to break it to you, the Romans built it. It's Hadrian's Wall, not Jesus's wall.
We're gonna build a wall.
They may, they may come and think, it's there's a lot of Christians here, but they don't look at the entire country as Christian, right? Only like, don't get me wrong, there's people living in other countries, like, for instance, in the Middle East. They might go, be told, oh, it's a Christian country, it's just all Christians. Yeah, but that isn't an accurate representation of the country. So I don't know why he's now trying to say, well, if everybody outside sees it as Christian, then it is Christian. What?
Yeah, like they might say Christian as opposed to Muslim, like for comparison, but I don't think they would. But I also want to note that when people think of paganism, they often think of the UK, like that's that's where modern Wicca came from. Margaret Alice Murray, who introduced the witch cult of Western Europe, was from the UK, and she was talking about allegedly groups that were meeting in secret in the UK. And Alex Gardner, who really got modern Wicca going, was from the UK.
They probably more think it's like Hogwarts than anything else. Very not Christian, And that's a good point. We have this sort of culture of magic and stuff. Is that Christian? Is the cultural revolution of J.R. Tolkien Christian? Probably say like it's a Christian metaphor, even though Tolkien didn't claim that. Probably point at Narnia.
That's the thing. Lewis and Tolkien knew each other, and Tolkien's writing his big-ass story, which is not very expressly Christian. Many people believe that's why Lewis was working on Narnia. He was like, no, we need a great legend that's all about Jesus, though.
Yes.
But we have to do it secretly because it's for the children, so we have to indoctrinate them.
Oh, there's no doubt that Tolkien's works were mostly based upon Germanic legends, especially the Ring Saga of I think it's Scandinavian origin. It's a massive opera kind of thing. So that's no secret. I mean, a lot of people have sort of said, hey, it was to do with nuclear weapons, for instance, in World War II, with the orcs being the Germans and stuff. There's no evidence of that. He refuted it. So, I think it was based just on Norse mythology, basically. Because guess what? Elves and dwarves were already in Norse mythology.
Comes to the UK. Ayaan Hirsi Ali, who we've both spoken to, when she went to the Netherlands, she just thought it was a Christian country, right?
I guess we should avoid this. This is essentially like it's almost anecdotal, but the people who give the anecdote aren't even here, so this is kind of impossible for it to follow.
But my point is that the falsifiability thing is illegitimate because counterfactuals in history are just notoriously.
The reason I'm asking is because, for example, if I were to say, and this is an oversimplification, but if I were to say something like, I think that Western civilization is profoundly vegan, you would say, I don't think that's true because the West.
Because let's look at the history.
Because the West just like serves hot dogs like all over the place, and it'd be like, okay, actually, fair enough. That shows that maybe society isn't vegan. Now, if we lived in a vegan world where everyone was vegan, and I could say, the West is profoundly vegan, you might ask me, yeah, but you could say that about anything. What would be an example of a reality where you wouldn't be able to say that? And I would say, well, if people were serving hot dogs everywhere, I don't think it would be vegan, and that would be that. What I'm saying is, if you want to say that the West we find ourselves in is profoundly Christian, I'm saying what could be true about the West that would make it unchristian?
I think we're missing each other.
All right, maybe.
Yeah, well, I think you missed the point. Yes, yeah. I don't think Alex O'Connor is missing anything. I think he is on the ball. I'm really impressed, actually. He's sort of. I kind of think that. So what would falsify it? He could go to something that is like, well, if you had. Sacrifices like the Mayans, for instance, that would falsify it, right? Like, he could say that. He could say, oh, if you had people murdering each other in the street, that would falsify it. Unfortunately, in the US, people are being murdered by the government in the street, so it may well falsify it. But he could go to these examples, but he doesn't. And it's because there is no falsification criteria for him. However the West came out, of that sort of aristocracy and papal decree to Enlightenment values to industrialization, however that came out, he would go, oh, it's all Christian values based upon Christianity. We owe all of the good things in society to Christianity. Full stop.
Yeah.
However it came out. I'm sure if there was sacrifice, and I think this is where Alex would go, if there was sacrifice in the streets, and that was the norm in Western society, he'd probably turn around and say, well, see, Jesus was sacrificed, right? So that comes from Christianity.
Yeah, and that's the beautiful thing about it. Like we've talked about so many times over the years. You can pull on a verse to say one thing, turn the page and say the exact opposite with a different verse.
Yeah, and I think he's trying to point out that he is just sort of looking at society and just matching it up with the Bible or early Christian values in order to say that was the origin, rather than these values surviving through the years of Christianity and, just because they're values, because people have common values. And our society has developed in such a way that those values are important. But those values existed beforehand. They're going to exist after Christianity. We're not Christians, but we still have values that Christians would agree with. Does that mean they came from Christianity? No. No, absolutely not. It's kind of... Yeah, I find kind of, and this is the problem with this subject, and I'm sorry I'm stopping it so much, but I find it very patronizing, right? Like, I find it incredibly arrogant for Christians to go, oh, all good values came from them.
It is arrogant, and arguably by design.
Yeah.
But you get the question I'm asking now, like what could
see if you can connect about the West?
Oh,
it would make it unchristian.
Yeah. I think we've all, and this is what I was trying to communicate back at the beginning. Whereas you said about blossoming, everything that happens within the West is just a further blossoming of what Christianity is. What I'm trying to say is, no, I think there are things that are Christian and things that are not, and I think there's ways of crossing over that line in some quite decisive ways. We've spoken about, and interestingly, abortion and euthanasia are about the dignity of the human person and Imago Dei issues, if you ask me. So, and I think there are many.
Well, there's your falsification criteria, right? And he pointed it out. Widely available abortions would be a falsification that all values come from Christianity, because that's not a value coming from Christianity. Bang, right there.
Ta-da!
That is a Western value, and he admitted it's a Western value. So. What now? I think he's lost. And now he doesn't seem to be addressing the question. And Glen does this when he's kind of has a hard question or he's trapped. He will just talk about stuff. He tangents more than we do, which is stunning. That is stunning.
We have years of practice.
Like, Glen tangents this much, holy crap, he's going off on another side tangent because he doesn't want to, sort of address the question.
Anymore like that. So I'm not saying that everything in the West is Christian, but I am saying that the history that has got us here has been profoundly Christianized, and I don't think people properly acknowledge that.
It's the air we breathe, right? And what I'm asking is in a country where abortion is essentially a settled issue, that Christians protest against, but politically it'd be insane to imagine a sort of a thoroughgoing pro-life movement getting going in Parliament. I mean, maybe one day, but at least for now, is the air that they're breathing Christian?
The moral intuitions that they are using to argue for a profoundly pagan practice are to do with gender equality, the rights of...
So is there anything that you could not say that about?
Yeah, if it's just, I don't care, right? Shout your abortion. That's not Christian. I think...
Really? The fuck? You've already acknowledged that isn't Christian. You don't need to get to shout your abortion, which quite frankly is just, the depth that these people sink thinking that women are just casually doing this, because it's Friday kind of thing, is just ridiculous. Just ridiculous. It's just, dude, you've already admitted, like, you're basically saying, well, the values of equality and wanting to take care of people are based in Christianity, but people were doing that before Christianity.
Uh-huh.
So
I think you're mistaking me for, and obviously you feel that this falsification thing that Alex wants to press on here isn't necessarily the way to look at history. I mean, to some extent, I understand Glen saying here that actually, yeah, in a sense, yes, everything has some root in Christianity because the West is so thoroughly influenced by it, but not everything is therefore Christian that comes out of that, because obviously it goes off in different directions. But even the things that are not Christian have tended to be justified still by reference to Christian ideals. I want to just have a quick gear change here, and it's been absolutely brilliant.
Well,
I'm enjoying every moment of it.
That's a problem too, Justin. And I realize Justin is by no means a top-notch thinker, but even so, he should know better. It's almost a cultural version of the Euthyphro dilemma. Is a value Christian because the Christians adopted it, or because it comes from the Christians? And when it's a value that predates Christianity, it's pretty clear what the answer is.
Yeah. And I also have to add that he's the moderator and he's basically jumping in to save Glen's ass right now. Which I realize that's part of their format. It's a very, like, he did say something earlier which really benefited Alex. So I don't think I can say, hey, he's well out of order or whatever. But he definitely jumped in then because Glen is just drowning. Like, he is absolutely drowning. He cannot come up with a single example that he couldn't point back to the Bible or early Christians and say, look, it comes from Christianity. No matter how wild it is, you could say, obsession with aliens is part of our culture. Well, Jesus was an alien, wasn't he? Really, when you think about it, it really is this case of, well, I'm going to make the evidence fit my arguments instead of basing your arguments on the evidence. And don't get me wrong, Alex is right. Christianity has had a huge influence on the Western world. Absolutely, how could it not? But that doesn't mean all of the values that we have are gotten from Christianity, and that is Glen's position. And from the very start, it seemed untenable, and when you start to drill down to it, it is untenable.
Oh, yeah. It's very unstable.
But so far, the conversation has been very much you brilliantly testing Glen's thesis here, Alex. And I want to maybe sort of shift things a little bit more to kind of, okay, where does Alex get his... Where is your view?
This is an interesting question from Geronimus kind of thing. So, in my opinion, the Enlightenment, when you say Christianity caused the Enlightenment, I think it's a lot... Like, it had a hand in causing the Enlightenment. Like, there is no doubt about it. But it's a lot more intricate than that. There's a lot of causes and things that were happening at the time that caused the Enlightenment to really get going. Part of it was that the aristocracy, and mostly in France, the French aristocracy, was working heavily with the by papal decree and basically the Roman Catholic Church to oppress the proletariat, in the words of Karl Marx, or the lower classes of France, to the point where they were literally starving in the streets kind of thing. So when you say, did Christianity cause the Enlightenment? Yeah, part of it was Christianity that caused the Enlightenment, because it basically it was a resistance to the church. It was a counter to the religious ideas at the time, right? So, it doesn't mean that it wanted it to happen, or it supported it in any way. But when you say cause, sometimes things are caused by resistance to something else, right? So if you're saying what caused, did this guy cause the rebellion? Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, a lot of it was just the aristocracy, the living conditions. A lot of it was the advent of scientific principles and, sort of science in a rudimentary way getting started. There was a lot. It's a lot more intricate than just one thing caused it, because over history that is almost never the case, right? Even if there's a like I was talking about the Boston Tea Party, like that one event that sort of kicks it off, it wasn't just that, right? Like it wasn't just that they were angry about, the taxes on imported teas into the America. It was more to do with the oppression over a very long amount of time and the lack of representation for what they wanted in their own damn colonies that led to that. It wasn't just that one event. So, yeah. Sorry, tangents. More tangents.
On all of this in terms of the idea of a fundamental moral reality of ideas around compassion, progress, freedom, equality, and all of
Oh, I get what you mean. Yeah, can we say the post hoc ergo propter hoc? Basically, that's a fallacy. Just for people that don't know, that's a fallacy where you're saying this follows this, therefore it was caused by this, right? Like, it's basically saying, one event comes after another, therefore the previous event was the cause of the latter, and that's not necessarily the case. I do think, though, that Christianity caused the Enlightenment. It was a cause of the Enlightenment, right? Like it isn't just, well, the Enlightenment followed sort of after Christianity, therefore it was Christianity that caused it. No, I think that the actions of the Catholic Church were a cause of the Enlightenment, like one of the contributing causes. So I don't think that's the case. Because in that fallacy, it's like one has nothing to do with the other kind of thing,
Yeah.
It
makes me think of, I went to go see the doctor to get my broken bone fixed. Is the medical care because of the broken bone? Well, yeah, kinda.
Well, I think it'd be more like, I went out for a walk in the rain and I got sick, therefore walking makes you sick, right? Like that isn't actually the case. Like it's a lot more complicated. It's germs and, immune systems and all this kind of thing. Like it's just because one follows the other doesn't mean that is the cause.
Yeah.
those things. One of the sort of chapters of Glen's book is called Choose Your Miracle, and he's essentially saying, look, this idea that in the secular West, these ideas of compassion, equality, progress, and so on have just kind of come out of the ether is a sort of miraculous claim. It's a sort of, no, they have to be grounded in something. Glen's case is they're grounded in the Christian story, and that's grounded ultimately in the idea of there being a God who creates a moral universe out of which we are,
Pre-sup alert. Jesus.
Right? Like here we are with this grounding business again.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Do they have to be grounded in one thing and it has to be a supernatural thing? Like
Right. What provides the foundation for a moral thing? Like, I'm sorry, but empathy and reciprocity, like the base levels of human communication interaction, are enough. It doesn't have to be grounded in anything more. I don't know why, and the fact that sort of Australopithecines have been caring for one another. Like we found Australopithecines with a broken bone that survived the break. That doesn't just happen. Like you can't go and get water, you can't go and get food. Somebody cared for that member of their tribe or family or whatever. So these values are not just, well, they came along with Moses or whatever. No, absolutely not.
essentially judged against. Do you have a view as an atheist of what this morality is? Is it something that is just essentially a byproduct of a socio-cultural evolutionary process which works and people get on with and produces the kind of goods that are, our self-interest and survival are prone towards. Do you have any sense that there is a kind of fundamental moral reality that actually exists, some Platonic realm, perhaps?
Oh, no, I don't think so.
All right.
I mean,
Well, tell us where you are, and I'd just love to hear Glen sort of teasing that out, as well as to what your grounding is. Glen's is obviously that we need the Christian story to make sense of these ideals. I suspect you've got a different account.
Well, I'm an ethical emotivist.
Okay.
I think that ethical expressions are emotional expressions, and it's a lot of people find that quite troubling. You might say, oh, but then how can you say this is objectively wrong and that's, and it's like, well, I can't. I don't think that objective morality exists. I mean,
Just for the folk who are watching or listening who don't have the background in ethical emotivism, just a brief summary of what.
I don't think that there is some truth in the universe that exists, that there are these qualities called goodness and badness and should and shouldn't that are real and actually exist and are true in the same way this table exists right here. I don't think that's the case. I think that when you pay attention to what you're doing, when you're moralizing, you're essentially expressing an emotion. It's not the same as ethical subjectivism, right? Like, famously for an ethical emotivist, if you say that murder is wrong, it's like sort of saying the word murder and then putting an angry emoji and an exclamation mark next to it. It doesn't have truth value. It's not the kind of thing that can be true or false. It's not, well, is that just subjectively true, or is it object? It's like, it's an expression.
Yeah, and I completely disagree with Alex here. I think there are, he sort of says, oh, well, a lot of the time we will have a moral emotion around something and then look back on it and saying it's moral because of this or immoral. We rationalize our morality. But I honestly think that that is part of the process of morality. What we're doing is going, oh, well, I did this. Should I ought to have done that? Like, there was danger and I ran away. Should I ought to have run away? Should I ought to have run in and help? Like, what's actually the thing we should do? And sometimes it's incredibly difficult to sort of pass through all of that. But that will inform future action. So I think that reflection is a feature of morality, not a bug. I also think there's things that we do that we find incredibly distasteful that we don't want to do, but we still ought to do. And I use the example of a doctor doing an amputation. Like, no one just goes, oh, amputation's awesome, unless, they're in some way something's wrong with them. No one goes, oh, well, I love doing amputation. I'm going to dive right in and have a great time. No, we're all like, amputations, ugh. But we still do it because we ought to do it. And so if I ever talk to Alex about morality, and I realize morality and there's like 10 people that have just left, so see ya. Like, if I ever talk to him, I'd be like, well, why are these things that we find, as you say, sort of emotionally distasteful, where, like you say, the frowny face, that we still say, well, we ought to do it. Like, why is that the case? Why do I say, well, is it because, that person at the end of the day is better off for it? Because that's not me, but I will still say, well, it sucks for that person, but they still ought to have their leg amputated if, they've got gangrene or something, if that's medically necessary. So I think there is a lot of things. We go to work, work, big frowny face, but we still do it. Because rationally, and this is, not emotionally, but rationally, we can go, well, that allows me to, live a life and, buy Pokemon cards or whatever the kids are doing nowadays. I totally cool. I think there's some problems there with what Alex is saying. And I think that I would say that sort of emotivism definitely sort of in a meta-ethical way would play a part. And don't get me wrong, I think there's people who live their lives just making morally emotive choices. And I totally understand that. But I think that he's missing the part where your analysis of previous situations influences your emotions. Like in psychology, it's not just, well, you have these emotions, you have absolutely no control over them, and, you might as well give up and just lean into them, kind of. That is not how it works. We can go back and analyze and go, well, how would I think about this differently? And that will change your emotions about it. It's why we train doctors. No doctor comes in and is perfectly comfortable with doing all of this horrendous stuff to people, quite frankly. Horrendous stuff. That's why we have medical school, because we start training ourselves to think differently about it, and therefore we feel differently about it. So I think that, he's sort of disconnecting that cognitive process from the moral stance, and I wouldn't myself. That being said, I think he's right that a lot of people just go, I don't like this, don't like that. But the question is, what gives them those emotions in the first place? Why does somebody go, gay people, and another person goes, yay, gay people? Where does that come from?
It's not the same thing as, like, murder is wrong doesn't translate to I don't like murder, because that could be true or false. It could be true that I don't like murder. It's a claim about my own psychology. For an emotivist, murder is wrong is just an expression of that distaste. Now, the thing is, for a lot of people, that's very uncomfortable, and we can talk about that if you like. I think it's tangential to the issue of, like, whether Western values are Christian, because I don't think Western values historically have been emotivist, right? I wouldn't claim that they've been emotivist. I wouldn't claim that like emotivism is going to console you. It's not going to make you feel any better. And if you say to me, but doesn't that sort of leave you in this hole or that hole? I might just say, yeah, it totally does. But I do think that's slightly tangential to the point. I mean, we can talk about it if you like, but I want to emphasize that the reason I'm here is not to provide a better grounding for Western values, like is in their truth. I'm trying to offer a more, I think, fair.
We are moving, obviously, from a sort of historic.
Yeah, we are moving off the topic because Glen is dying over here. Yeah, thanks, Justin.
Right, Glen asked a question to desperately deflect away from his issues, and Alex is cheerfully answering it.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, I'm happy to take that question.
Yeah, but I do like how he's saying, that I'm not here to provide an alternative foundation, because I mean, I don't want to speak to Alex, but I think that the values that we have in Western society are taken from, like, everywhere. Like, it may have been some from Buddhism, some from this, some from that. I think that the values that we have are a conglomeration of a lot of different things in society, not just Christianity. And part of it is, some of them we take from science. This value of empiricism and evidence, we definitely get that from science. And maybe that value of, laws based upon evidence, because you can't tell me that the legal system is not based upon evidence. If you go to a courtroom, they're not accepting, your vision from Jesus. Trust me. Okay. They're just not. If you're in a court case, they're not accepting it. So, this has not come from Christianity, where you have to have faith instead of, things that can be seen. So that's another one I would point to.
An internal critique of my position to see if it's consistent.
And the issue that I have is, it seems like, I mean, an example that comes to mind for me, for example, just sort of picking one out of thin air, as it were, is something like family, right? Let's just take something like family. I can just imagine, right, that if Western civilization had a really strong emphasis on family, in the way that some Asian cultures do, that, like, it was like one of our most important moral intuitions, that you live with your grandparents, you look after them, people could say, well, this is Christian, because look at the way that the Bible instructs you to honor your father and mother. It's like the only people you honor above your father and mother are God. Like, it's so crucial that this is, the most important thing, right? And yet we live in a highly individualistic culture where people don't. They value their family, but not in that kind of way, and we value our own sort of sense of self. But you can imagine an even more individualistic culture that didn't do that at all, and people would still say, oh, but this is foundationally Christian, because look at the way that Jesus said that you should be willing to hate your mother and hate your father and prefer me. Like, it's just so, it doesn't matter.
Bang! Yes, exactly. This is what I said that he was angling at, and I was right, that no matter what you point out, you can thread it to the Bible or the early church and say, hey, that value was taken from them. Because it is so varied and so contradictory in its statements, they can be taken any way you want. So he can just go, oh, look, it says to murder people. Well, Jesus said he'd come with a sword. He does not come with in peace. He comes with a sword. Therefore, it came from Christianity. Like I said, if we were like the Aztecs sacrificing people, they would say, well, look, Jesus was sacrificed. Then, it comes from Christianity because that gives us the idea of sacrifice. This is the problem. And he has hit the nail on the head. And that's, I'm glad I was right about what he was angling towards.
Which way you go, strong family, anti-family. If we had lived in a world where the abolition,
it was all played.
Yeah. And I don't think he's going to let Glen get away from this. That he's even claiming that abortion is like the values behind abortion is founded in Christianity. I mean, that is absurd. Absurd. But he could. I mean, he could say, hey, it says in the Old Testament to, consecrate your firstborn to to God kind of thing.
this movement didn't get going and everyone was still okay with slavery, where would people still be pointing to justify it? They'd be pointing to the Bible. So it doesn't matter if we have it or
Is
we
it
don't.
better that abolition has happened?
As an emotivist, I can say yes, but I think I'm expressing an emotion there.
Okay. And as an emotivist, what would you have said in 1800 if you were in the House of Commons and you were called upon, William Wilberforce is sick, Alex O'Connor needs to address the abolitionist cause? What would you say from your...
I'm not sure what I would have said. So I'm not sure if I would have been an emotivist in the 1800s because I don't think the position had been invented yet. So I might have believed in some kind of objective moral principle that I might have appealed to. I might well have been a Christian and appealed to those principles too, but I might not have been. I might have been like Lincoln, a man who privately was reported to sort of have no belief in Jesus as personal Lord and Savior, but just had a conviction that something about this was wrong. I don't know what I would have said at the time. But whether or not I could have rightfully condemned slavery then or done so now, I think is a separate question as to whether Christianity is the historical force that caused that abolitionist movement.
Oh, do you doubt that it was Christianity that caused...
In the UK, Wilberforce is, of course, deeply convicted of his religious beliefs, and the man who convinced him to bring it to Parliament, who had written an essay in Latin for Cambridge University about his tutor had just set him this sort of like, is it okay to own other human beings? And he wrote this essay in Latin and was like, hold on a moment. And he reports sort of being on a long journey and feeling like God had spoken to him and he had this mission. Yeah, no doubt, that's the English tradition. In America, I'm not so sure. Certainly not in Haiti. In France,
Yeah, so Haiti was the first nation to abolish slavery. And Christians are quick to... And of course they weren't Christian, right? Like the Haitians, it wasn't a Christian movement. It doesn't mean that was the origin, but they definitely was the first nation to abolish it. But the Christians will kind of go, well, that doesn't count because they were just working in self-interest. And it's like, but they're not Christian. I think that, yeah, there were a lot of non-Christians involved in the abolitionist movement. That is true. There were a lot of Christians involved in it, yes. But there were a lot of Christians around at the time. There are a lot of Christians against the abolitionist movement.
When does abolition happen? Well, after the French Revolution, which is a profoundly secularizing influence on France. So it depends on where you look. In other words, yes, maybe I would be happy to grant that in the UK there is a profoundly Christian element to abolitionism. But to say that it had to be Christian is to ignore what happened in France and to ignore what happened in Haiti, and I think to ignore what happened in America.
So, I mean, in France it was reversed by Napoleon.
That's right.
I think because there are some profoundly utilitarian arguments being used alongside a whole bunch of rights language. Where do they get the rights language from? Where did they get some of their campaigns from? And it was the Abolition Society in the UK.
But why was it abolished?
France.
Before it was reinstated by Napoleon, why was it abolished?
Why was it abolished? For because of both Christian-ish reasons in terms of rights.
Oh, Christian-ish. That ish is doing some real heavy lifting there, Glenn. Some real heavy lifting there, mate. Yeah, that ish is mighty. Like, seriously, man, some Christian-ish reasons. What Christian-ish reasons would that be, Glenn? And plus, I have to point...
Fine. Can we draw a box around this ish? Like, is Islam, for example, Christian-ish?
Well, he must be very aware that the French Revolution, there were Christians in it, definitely not a lot of Catholics. They were very opposed to the French Revolution because they were the ones in power. But there was also a whole bunch of deists and a whole bunch of atheists in there as well. I think that's where the ish is doing the lifting. So it wasn't a religious movement. It had nothing really to do with religion, even though they were opposing the Catholic Church. It was a social and political movement. like down with kings, basically, and those priests that support them. So, you know, I think sort of even saying Christian-ish acknowledges that there are other influences than Christian.
Mm-hmm.
And because of some utilitarian arguments, such as David Hume's kind of arguments, that you don't get ingenuity and you don't get industry.
But this is it, isn't it? Within not that long a period of time, we go from the French abolishing it and then reinstating it. And when they abolished it, that was probably due to Christian influence. But when they reinstated it, no, that was nothing to do with Christianity.
I'm just telling you a history of what has happened, and it was
Oh, I think we lost Ems for a sec. One sec. Welcome back.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, the internet's being sketchy tonight.
Oh, I'm sorry. That sucks. Behave.
I know. It's very rude.
Have you tried praying for it? Have you tried praying for it?
Why not? I'm sure there must be a god of the internet I could light some incense to or something.
Yeah, maybe.
first. And by the way, France actually abolished slavery in
like
1400, right? And I mean, slavery, the long, slow burn of abolitionism happened in medieval Europe, 700 years earlier, right? So I would say that Christianity abolished slavery twice. One was a long, slow burn of a kind of a sacramental approach, and the second was very much a preacher-led abolitionism. But that,
But if you want to own the Christian element of the abolitionist movement, you have to also own the Christian element of the anti-abolitionist movement, which is just as strong.
Sure.
In America, the issue was settled with physical violence.
Yeah.
And if the other side had won, you'd have a just as Christian nation appealing to exactly the same God, and the same Bible, and the same Christian traditions to say that they were right.
Yeah, so he's talking about the Civil War here, which basically a lot of people from the South will say, well, it wasn't about slaves, it was about state rights. But if you read the actual declaration of war, it really was the rights of the state to institute slavery, right? Like, there is no doubt. It wasn't the only issue, but it was the predominant one. Like, I don't understand this revisionism to say, hey, we're going to say that it wasn't about slavery when that was probably the main factor that the federal government was taking away their right to institute institutions that use slavery. That was the big issue.
It wasn't even. Oh, it's such a mess. Like, it wasn't even for sure. They were afraid Lincoln would take steps to end slavery because he was an abolitionist.
Yes,
but he never said any such thing. They just, it's the same thing as when Obama came into office. They started saying, they're going to take our guns now, when he never said any such thing.
Right,
and he didn't actually take the guns,
Yeah.
Actually, not the same Bible. They actually did what Marcion proposed, and they did what I hear you wanting to do.
You're talking about the slave Bible.
The slave Bible, to get rid of 90% of the Old Testament and 50%. Yeah, and then 50% of the New Testament. Those slave owners were terrified of the Bible. They were terrified of the whole Bible. And I would say that the Bible was in the hands of abolitionist preachers, and Frederick Douglass said that the image of God on page 1 of the Bible was a hammer in the hands of the abolitionists. And I think it was a profoundly spiritual, religious, Christian, evangelical and Quaker-led movement.
In the United Kingdom, I think so, yes. But
which then, through international law, gets rolled out.
Well, maybe.
Quaker,
Yeah,
I'll give him. I don't know that you could call the denominations around at the time evangelical, at least in the way the word is used today. They're Protestant denominations. The Baptists, for example, the reason we have Southern Baptists is because the Baptists fractured, but they were more along the lines of charismatics at the time rather than what we might consider evangelicals.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. But I mean, Quakers weren't that bad as far as, think that the Puritarians were really the violent ones, and I think the Puritarians were in favor of slavery. I think
it's rather messy, but yeah, the Quakers were huge on the Underground Railroad. Because similar to the Universalists, they have this idea that we don't have souls per se. The Quaker concept is that everyone has a spark of the divine. We are literally partial incarnations of God, all of us. And so every human being is just as much part of the God that we all serve as any other human being, even the black ones. And so they were very much slavery is wrong, you know?
Yeah. Whereas the someone like the Puritanians would be like, well, there's a natural order that God made on the world, and that natural order says get into that cotton field. That's basically their attitude on it, and which surprisingly an uncomfortable amount of people still share today, which is just crazy.
But I don't think it's as simple as that. I mean, well, the Slave Bible, I think, was designed for British colonies. And of course, the Slave Bible is not so much, I think people think about this wrong. I think when people look at the Slave Bible, they think of it as an edited Bible. But like you say, like 90% of the Old Testament is gone. This is not an edited Bible. This is a sort of compilation of biblical quotes. It's a bit like if I had a book that said, like, here is a book of selected Psalms for help in overcoming grief, right? And you gave that to me. I wouldn't say you've taken a Bible and you've edited it and you've censored it. No, it's a collection. Now, what did they take out? Things like the Exodus story. Why? Because people might read the Exodus story and be filled with these delusions of grandeur about.
Which is what the Black Church was, and that was the Negro spirituals that they sang.
But the question is, who is actually misreading the story of the Exodus? Is it the abolitionists?
And it's not the Black Church, is it? The Black Church got it right.
I don't think that they did.
Okay.
I don't think that they did. Because what happened in the Exodus?
Well, the Jews escaped from Egypt and they immediately turned around and slaughtered everybody around them in order to claim the land.
The plantation owners would be terrified of that story.
Right. Well, they slaughtered everybody around them in order to claim the land that their great grandfather was promised.
Mm-hmm.
Jews were enslaved in Egypt. God makes a promise to Abraham. He fulfills that promise, which starts with the emancipation of the Jews from Egypt. And what is the first thing that the Jews immediately start doing? They start taking slaves of their own from the nations around them. The reason why the Jews were freed from slavery in Egypt is not because God is anti-slavery. It's because the Jews were his chosen people, to the extent that as soon as they were emancipated from the Egyptians, God gave them permission to take slaves from the nations around them. If God was anti-slavery, he would have put an end to it full stop there and then. But he wasn't. And so, what does this mean? It means that the actual, a thorough reading of the Bible, of the Old Testament, will tell you that this Exodus story with these stories of, let my people go, was a profoundly Israelite-specific motivation, that as soon as they left Egypt, they started taking slaves of their own. Now, I have no doubt that if I were a slave owner who was trying to convince my slaves not to want to sort of rise up against me, that if I gave them the Exodus, they might read that and go, hey, we can do what the Israelites did. And that might still be enough reason for me to take it out of the Bible and not let them read it. But to say that that's the message of the Old Testament, I think it's profoundly mistaken.
Well, I think you're calling, those...
Yeah, he's got a point. Because the message of the Exodus was not, don't take slaves. It was, there's a special people and God doesn't want them to be slaves. But go and massacre this tribe and take all of their untouched girls for yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant point by Alex. It doesn't sort of promote the message of not having slaves, which is the Western value, right? The Western value isn't, hey, there's a special people and everyone else can. It's do not own other people as property.
Enslaved people and their discovery of faith in Scripture, you're saying that they've got that wrong, and I don't think it's Stockholm Syndrome. I think this is a profound sense of feeling understood as an oppressed people in a furnace of affliction. And the Negro spirituals were very profoundly Old Testament focused, actually.
I know that's a technical, that just sounds racist to me. I don't know why. Maybe it's because an English guy is saying it, it just sounds racist. I don't know. Maybe it's not. I just,
right. Like it was the proper term at the time, but it's not.
Yeah,
it's not good.
I'd prefer him to say the black spiritualists rather than that. It's like, yeah, I don't know.
Like to hear shade thrown at the Old Testament. I think the doctrine of the Imago Dei, the idea in Genesis 1 and 2 that humanity are made to have dominion rather than to be slaves. Alada Equiano kind of makes that huge point.
Well, wait, but you have in Genesis, God specifically saying to who does he say it to? He says that the children of Ham will be the slaves. This is after the flood, right?
Yeah, the
His
cursed be
brother.
Canaan, the descendants will be hewers of wood and drawers of water.
Yeah, the curse of Ham. It was in who was his brother?
Shep.
Shem and Japheth. Yeah, so God shall enlarge Japheth, he shall dwell in the tents of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. When, by servant it means slave. So, sort of, the Old Testament doesn't, sort of say, hey, don't take slaves. It's like, well, this is the special people, and they get to take slaves. So, yeah, weird. Like, I don't know why that is a value that Western society would have. I don't know. It's weird.
If God did not make man slave, how dare man make man slave, right? You've got...
But God did make man... Look. Okay,
Why did he there? Yes.
Yeah, so it's Genesis 9. He absolutely did make man into slave. An entire bloodline of man into slave. It was the covenant with Noah. Give me one sec. So, drank some of his wine. Ham saw his father naked and two brothers outside. Shem and Japheth took a garment and laid it, and covered their fathers naked. Cursed be Canaan, like Noah awoke, and he cursed be Canaan, lowest of slaves he will be to his brothers. Praise the Lord, the God of Shem. May Canaan be the slave of Shem. May God extend Japheth's territory. May Japheth live in the tents of Shem, and may Canaan be the slave to Japheth. So he's basically saying the Canaanites are the slaves from now on. And I mean, you might say, oh, well, Noah said that, not God. And it's like, yeah, but Noah is God's prophet. He is the chosen person. So that's not saying, hey, don't take slaves. That is... yeah, they did something wrong. They're slaves now. And it's not just them. It's their entire descendants. That's what you've got to understand. And the curse of Ham that was in the Bible was one of the arguments they used as the anti-abolitionist movement for slaves. They went, hey, these black people, they're descendants of Ham. They're Ham's descendants. So that is what God designated them to be.
In fact, it's still used. When I lived in Texas while I was training for my CDL, I heard people say it. They're like, oh yeah, black people are supposed to be subservient to white people. It says so in the Bible. And
they're not wrong. If you take the interpretation that black people are the descendants of Ham, which I don't, because I don't believe that there was a global flood and that Noah's sons are the only inhabitants of the earth at that time. So no, I don't believe that at all. But if that's how you interpret it and that's what you believe, then yeah, it does say that.
The idea of the Exodus, the idea of people in suffering. Harriet Tubman was the great Moses, in the black church in America, the Underground Railway, bringing people up. It was a profoundly spiritual movement, biblical movement, Old Testament movement. And this is the way that Christians have been reading the Bible, right? Absolutely, there are others like slave owners who will preach other verses. They'll preach the kind of verses that...
But that's Alex's point. Anything that happens, for good or ill, you can look and go, look, the Bible supports it. And that's our massive problem at the moment. When two Christians disagree on what to do, both are pointing at the Bible, there is literally no way to tell who is right and who is wrong. Because it is so contradictory.
If everybody can claim this ultimate source of truth supports their position, then how can you call it a source of truth when contradictory sides can both use it?
Yeah.
From the same book.
You've raised up from the same book. But that's because it's a story, right?
Such as what?
Right?
Such as what? Like, what would they quote?
I
mean, I've granted that, an emancipated slave could quote that part of Exodus, the liberation from Egypt. What part of Exodus could a slave owner quote?
Exodus 21.
Which says?
It starts out by saying, if if the slave owner kills the slave, then it's the death penalty for him. If he doesn't, then he is not to be avenged in that way.
Why?
Yeah, he's missing out the it's when you are beating your slave. That's the part that he's missing out. I don't know why. It must have just slipped his mind, right?
Right.
It must have just slipped his mind. Like, this is the thing. And Alex is holding to it, which I love. He's like, why? Why would he die? What is causing this? When you beat your slaves.
What does it say?
Because the slave is his property.
The slave is his silver or
His
whatever.
silver, which means property.
Right. Because if you are in a case, I mean, it's all case law, isn't it, in Exodus? So, no, let me say. If you are to adjudge a case where you are not certain why this slave died, if you were to adjudge that case, the judge in that circumstance is to think, well, is he really going to destroy his property in that sense? That would be foolish for him to do. It was about the justice. It was about...
Wow, what a load of bullshit. I think Alex should go back to what it says at the start. Because it sort of says when you beat your slave, like it specifically says, well, as you're carrying out your normal business of beating slaves, you know, like this is something that is so accepted that they're not even saying, do not beat your slaves, but if you must, or try not to beat your slaves, but if you must, it is a man who beats his slave. Like it is absolutely normal practice, like just commonplace. That's what happens. You know, a slave screws up, drops something, they're beaten. That's what happens. That's normal. And we're not judging these people as, oh, well, you should have modern sensibilities. But, you know, that is the way they operated. It isn't sort of oh, you know, in the unlikely event you beat your slave. No, it is just when you beat your slaves. And I think so him going, oh, well, it's all case law if a slave... No, hang on, what was it? Exodus 21?
21 or 22, I think.
And yeah, it is case law. So anyone who beats their male or female slave with a rod must be punished if the slave dies as direct result, but they are not to be punished if the slave recovers after a day or two, since the slave is their property. Right? It basically says that if you beat your slave and they don't die, it's fine. It's fine. They're not to be punished. And then there's other stuff, like if you hit a male or female slave in the eye and destroys it, they must let the slave go. An owner who knocks out the tooth must let the slave go. But apart from that, there is no other punishments to beating your slaves. Right? So basically it's saying you beat your slaves, but if you beat them too badly and they lose a part of their body, they're to be let go as compensation. If they die, you are then to be punished for it. But it's got no... It says there is no punishment if those things don't happen. Because it's your property.
The application of that justice to that particular instance. And then the next thing it says, if he so much as knocks out a tooth of that slave, the slave goes free, right? Okay, now we all read this with a profound sense of discomfort, but I think what's going on is like when Jesus said...
Well, only if you believe it's a perfectly moral book. I mean, it's sort of horrible, but I think the discomfort is mostly from Christians who think that this book is perfect. I think that, you know, we're aware of a ton of bad things that happened back then, and yeah, none of them make us comfortable, but the thing that causes me discomfort is that people hold this up as the good book. That's what makes me uncomfortable. And it's not because people back then were doing it, it's because people are trying to justify using this book as a moral foundation, when it literally has rules for beating your slaves. Just saying. Don't speak for me, Glen.
As in Matthew chapter 19, about divorce God hates divorce. He says that very clearly in the Old Testament. My divorced friends feel very understood by that verse because they hate it and yet have experienced it as a cruel necessity. God hates divorce, and yet there are all sorts of divorce laws, right, in the Old Testament as well.
What divorce laws
right?
are there? There's one instance. It's like Deuteronomy 5 or something, or 20 verses 1 to 5. That's it. And it just says that if a man finds something dishonorable in his wife and issues her divorce papers, and that she goes and marries someone else, and then he divorces her, that he can't marry her again. That's it.
Yeah, but this is and it's about second wives and that kind of like
that's it. That's
Exodus 21.
That's what it is.
So God is regulating things that He hates, right? God is regulating things that are profoundly non-ideal, right? And so the Matthew 19 thing is there was a pattern in creation in Genesis 1 and 2. We have fallen down into a very unfortunate situation, very non-ideal, hardness of heart. God regulates that totally non-ideal situation, which Christ has then come to redeem into the future.
It's already a renegotiation of the divorce stuff. I mean, in Mark, it's you can't divorce someone for any reason. In Matthew, it becomes you can't divorce them for any reason except for adultery. There's a constant renegotiation going on in the Bible. Surely you would agree that the reading of the Exodus story. Sorry, Justin. I know you're also. We're kind of running out of time. I don't know if that's a limit of the show or a limit of us, but I'd be happy to go on for as long as
we
you
can
like.
go a bit longer.
This is really important, right? Because like the Exodus story, is constantly referred to as a sort of anti-slavery essence.
Well, it's constantly referred to within the Hebrew Bible.
For the Israelites. For the Israelites, quite clearly, this is the Israelite freedom from Egypt because of the covenant that God made with them. It says that God remembered the covenant he made with Abraham, and so this happened. And so the Exodus occurs because of the covenant he made with Israel. As soon as Israel have escaped the Egyptians, they start taking slaves. And it's not just like, oh, if you poke out a slave, because firstly, where did they get these slaves from? Secondly, it's not
the nations around them, like from all kinds of places. I think they got a lot of them from the other Canaanite tribes around them, according to the story. They kind of just wiped out a tribe and took, like, in the list of plunder for when they went after the Midianites, I believe it is, the young women that had not known the touch of a man was listed among the plunder. This much grain, this much oxen, these things we captured from them. And part of that was this amount of children that we got as plunder. They were literally their property. Like, it's not sort of this abstract, but they just welcomed them into they were slaves. They were foreigners. And it clearly says in the Mosaic law that slaves that are not Israelites of the tribe of Israel, you could pass down onto your descendants. They were chattel slaves.
just these kind of regulations. It's instructions on how to go and get them. Because bear in mind, the laws that you're talking about there in Exodus 21 are about Israelite Hebrew bondservants, right? There's quite clearly a distinction between Hebrew bondservants and slaves taken from the nations around you. Leviticus is quite clear. Your male and female slaves may come from the nations around you. From them you may buy and sell slaves. You may also purchase some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clan, and they will become your property for life. You can bequeath them to your children as inheritable property, but you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly.
The Jew-Gentile distinction.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is that I'm reading this text, right? And I'm seeing God not just regulating something that he hates, but proactively giving permission to go and do something. It's not just, I know you've got slaves that are a hangover from some condition that you're in. What I'm going to say is it's regulated in this way or that way. It's like, you may go and get slaves from the foreign lands. Don't do it to your fellow Israelites, but you may go and get them from the nations around you. And quite clearly, when you read this as a totality, you've got Israel is God's chosen people, so they shall not be slaves because they're God's chosen people. But once they're freed from slavery, they get to take slaves themselves. And so when you ask who's misreading this story, if somebody is reading that story of the Exodus from Egypt and saying that's about universal abolition and just neglecting to mention the fact,
but no one says it's
then
about
I think that they are the ones who are misreading.
They're saying
yes.
there's a fulfillment in Christ in that he comes as Jubilee. The other thing that's said in Leviticus 25 is just this extraordinary year of Jubilee in which debts get cancelled and you return to your land, and the amazing social justice that would happen if we had a year of Jubilee in the year 2025. It would be an extraordinarily disruptive.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. Like, all debts get cancelled. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. Look, I'm not saying it's an absolutely terrible idea or whatever. I just think that's not going to happen. Could you imagine the amount of people racking up like invoices from places and putting it off until after the Jubilee kind of thing? Like, if you can just ride out your credit card debt to the Jubilee, you'll be fine, mate. I I feel like there's a problem there. But anyway, just saying.
Events. There's a Jubilee Center that's been going for about 40 years now. We're a think tank, people trying to think about what does debt relief mean in the light of even a chapter from which those other verses are mentioned, because the Old Testament is really prioritizing very much the sojourner, the outsider, the alien, the widow, and what's the three? The poor, the widow, and the sojourner is this sort of this triad of those in need. And there's all sorts of Old Testament development. There's all sorts of stuff that we take great issue with and find very, very difficult. But the whole sweep is that Jesus is the Son of God with a capital S, summing up the Old Testament, dying under a curse, rising up again to have a spiritual exodus for the nations. So that, yes, there had to be a nation, and that nation...
Okay, this is a stretch. Okay, this is my problem with Glen. He just... this is just... I don't know what he's trying to get across here. He's somehow trying to say that Jesus, in some way, abolished slavery. Like, he's trying desperately to tie in the resurrection of Jesus to slavery. And it doesn't follow. Like, it just doesn't follow. Nowhere in the New Testament does it say don't own slaves. In fact, in some of the writings it says slaves obey your masters, even the cruel ones, is what Paul wrote. I don't know how he's arguing that Jesus was an abolitionist.
It had to be treated differently if there's going to...
He didn't say anything. I've gone so many rounds with Christians about this, and Jesus did not say a single fucking word about slaves.
Nope.
He could have. He didn't.
Sure. He's the Son of God. I presume he could have done anything. He could have just wrapped slavery up in a bundle and yeeted it out the window, as far as I'm concerned. If he's the Son of God, he can do anything. He can tell people not to forgive each other and to, love their neighbor, but he can't say, hey, don't own people. That's out.
To be an incarnation. If Christ is to become man, he has to become a certain kind of man. He has to become a certain kind of man from a certain kind of place. And that certain kind of place, if he's going to come in the time and place where he comes, is going to have to be embroiled in the kinds of brutalities that we've been mentioning. And
that's fine. But he came to that place and didn't say a word about it. I don't understand this. He's sort of in order to fight these brutalities, he's got to come to the place where the brutalities are. Yeah, but if he was fighting the brutalities, he and say, blessed are the peacemakers and stuff, he would say, blessed is the slave, which he didn't. Oh, boy. Wow. This is a stretch. This is so tenuous. Wow.
That kind of nation also has to be delimited. If the seed of Abraham is going to be born into the world, then there needs to be a certain nation that has certain rules to it, and you see God kind of protecting that seed until Christ comes, fulfills that, dies on the cross, dies the slave's death, rises up again. And the Christian understanding is that
that was not a slave's death. I think we've covered this before when he said, dies the slave's death. Crucifixion was not the slave's death. It was the criminal's death. Jesus wasn't killed on a crucifix because somebody accused him of being a slave. It was a criminal's death. It was what Romans did to criminals and rebels and instigators and things. It's not a slave's death. Wow.
he has brought a jubilee for the nations and for everybody. And that is the way, and the difficulties that every Christian has with the individual verses that you're raising, I think quite legitimately you want to put them in the context of the grand story that's being told in the Bible. So when Christians say the Bible says X, Y, and Z, what they don't mean is if we were to aggregate all these different propositions and synthesize some kind of philosophy, that's what we would get. What we're saying is that those verses are pointing and being swept up into a grand narrative that culminates in Christ. And when we sit again at the bottom of the cross and look at this one who dies the slave's death in...
Okay, I hate that he's saying this. Who was the person on the cross next to Jesus?
The other Jesus.
It was a thief. It wasn't a slave, right? It wasn't a slave on the cross next to him. It was a thief. Stop saying he died the slave's death. No, he died the criminal's death. Stop. Like, seriously, this is bullshit.
It's such a weird thing to say, like slaves are property. Why would you kill your property for being property? Like being a slave was not a crime. Holy shit. Sometimes it was a punishment for a crime, but
well, that's true. Yeah. But, you know, and don't get me wrong, I'm sure there were plenty of slaves that died on crucifixes, but they committed crimes like, oh, I don't know, trying not to be a slave, you know, or running away, or, you know, in some way inciting people against the Caesar or against the Romans, you know, like they did something wrong. It was a criminal's death that includes slaves. It wasn't the slave's death, because both of the people, they both were thieves. Both the people next to Jesus weren't slaves. They were thieves.
In order to liberate the world, that is the story that has birthed this unique emancipatory movement.
Okay, I'm going to call time. I do apologize, Alex, because we could always go back and forth on this, and I understand that there's always going to, but if I can try to summarize, you know, something of where we've got to, you know, I think we're at this point where you're saying the Bible has been used by lots of different people in lots of different ways, and yes, some people looked at verses that seem to establish emancipation and abolition. Others used the verses to justify their slave keeping and so on. In the bigger scheme, I think what, you know, as you've argued throughout this conversation, Alex, you're saying there's you know, there's lots of different tributaries that go into where we find ourselves today. And in the UK, yes, certainly evangelical, you know, abolitionists were inspired by the verses that they chose to read in Scripture. Glen's saying, no, there really is a trajectory, if you like, you know, notwithstanding those troubling verses, you know, that you've already. But I suspect Glen's also saying the reason you find those verses troubling, Alex, is again because of this Christian worldview that's essentially. And what's interesting is, I think this does take us back to the emotivism piece, and I just want to spend a little bit more time exploring that, because I guess I want you to, first of all, to say, what's your problem with Alex just saying, well, I am just, my views on what's moral and not are a product of the way I feel about things. Is there a, you know, do you think that a grounding in the Christian story is a better grounding for some reason than Alex's grounding on why he prefers freedom to slavery and so on?
I'm not sure that Alex operates purely as an emotivist, and
Wow, I actually agree on something with Glen. It's a miracle. It's a miracle. Yeah, I think that Alex probably reflects on things as whether they're good or bad. I don't know that for sure. I'm not going to speak for him, but you know, most people will do something and then go, "Wow, that was a dumbass thing to do. I probably shouldn't do that." You know, we make mistakes. So, I think there's more to it than just whatever you feel is moral, because there's things that I've done that I've felt are acceptable, and then I've gone, you know what, that was really well out of order. I shouldn't do that. You know, like, I think it is that reflection that informs my next choice. So I think that if Alex is leaving that out, I don't know. What do you think, Ems? Do you think Alex?
It's hard for me to evaluate because I'm not like super familiar with the nature of emotivism.
Okay.
But I mean, I don't know if a person could be considered to be like fully an emotivist. I guess it depends on the specific criteria, but I don't know that anybody subscribes to any moral theory to the point of exclusion of ideas from any other model, you know?
Mm-hmm. No, that's fair. That's totally fair.
I sensed you rowing back from the idea of progress. I think we've, at some point, we were talking about sort of moral progress towards certain sorts of things, and I think that, on your view, the idea of some kind of objective ideal to which we're tending might not be consistent.
Yeah, of course, no, yeah.
Yeah. So I guess that for me raises the question: are you? It seems like your sensibilities are towards being outraged with the same kind of outrage that all three of us kind of feel when Exodus 21 is mentioned, or certain verses in the Old Testament. I think our emotions are all piqued by these things, and I guess I just return to the point that it seems fairly obvious to me that what it is that we three share at that point is not a meta-ethical theory at all. We have quite different meta-ethical theories, and very similar moral intuitions. And I think those moral intuitions have a historical and history behind them, and that's why we're having the debate that we're having. And so,
Is he trying to say that moral intuition is provided by Christianity?
I'm not sure.
It's very strange. It's very strange because he's saying, hey, we share this moral intuition that slavery is wrong. But if that moral intuition comes from Christianity, why didn't the Christians 500 years ago have the same moral intuition?
The
Why
Holy
would they-
Spirit didn't deem it was time to move in their hearts.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I'm not going to speak for the Holy Spirit, but you would think if a moral intuition is that obvious and based on Christianity, then it should have been there from the start. But why has it taken so long? And I think Alex's point is, why did it take until the Enlightenment for this moral intuition to develop? And he's got a point. It arrived at about the same time as the Enlightenment.
I'm
Just saying.
reminded of the start of the transatlantic slave trade. An English sailor had a repurposed ship named Jesus, coincidentally enough, and he brought a load of slaves to the Western Hemisphere, sold them in Spanish territories and what forth, and went back to England. And Queen Elizabeth was furious. She was like, you sold human beings, monstrous, unforgivable. And then he showed her how much money he made, and she gave him more ships to do more of it.
Yeah.
So you could argue the moral intuition was there, but it got overrode by capitalism.
Fair enough. But I mean, yeah.
that's kind of, I guess, is that what you mean by?
I guess that's where I was coming from. Is your emotivism is the types of emotions you have around these moral issues are themselves a consequence, Glen would argue, of the Christian culture in which you've been raised, and you might be having a very different set of emotions had you been born in another time, place, or culture.
Well, no doubt.
Yeah, and I suppose what we're moving from here is a strictly kind of question about the historical contingency of morality on Christianity or other things, to the question, the more kind of philosophical question of, is there are we comfortable with this? Is it sort of, are we happy that we just have the morality that we happen to have been handed down by the cultures that are, that we're part of? And there is,
I would sort of say, well, if I was born into the Byzantine Empire, the Eastern Roman Empire, that was absolutely Christian. In fact, the leader of the country was Basilius was Christian, right? That was Eastern Orthodox, absolutely Christian, all of it, all the way down, all of the leaders Christian. And I would be totally fine with slavery because they did slavery. So why is that entire Christian nation, where Christianity has an absolute power on the country, why aren't they doing it then if it's a moral intuition of Christians, or dependent on Christians? Or are they not true Christians, maybe? No true Scotsman?
isn't actually
I miss having a
truth,
Scotsman
a
emoji.
Yeah, fair enough.
true morality that actually underlies reality. Are you kind of, is that just a bitter pill you're happy to swallow?
I'm happy to answer that in more depth. Depending on the limitations of time, I would like an opportunity to respond to what Glen said before, which will determine how long I will spend on this emotion question.
Okay, so you want to respond to what Glen had to say about the big picture of Scripture.
Suck it, Justin. He's not falling for your tactics of interrupting and switching the topic. Suck it. Yeah, I think I don't think Justin's doing it purposely, but definitely that was let's put a pin in that, because we seem to be going back and forth on this topic. It's like, well, you really should be asking if they've got anything more to add. But yeah, I get what he's doing, but it really does seem like Glen's struggling on this one. So part of me, the cynic in me goes, is he wrapping it up to save Glen from his, warbling rant about the general thrust of Christianity rather than the actual words and actions of the Christians,
Okay.
I wasn't the one who said that, like, a lot of the focus that that black abolitionists and civil rights advocates had was on the Old Testament. And when I said that there is this misreading of the Old Testament, that this Exodus story can be universalized and is in fact only about the Israelites, and that there are other verses which will work in the opposite direction, which much more accurately depicts the idea to take slaves if you're not part of the chosen nation. And I said that that was the misreading. Like, you act surprised. What I want to say is that if you take Christianity, especially if you take the Bible, and we're not just talking about the Old Testament here, the very best you get is a condemnation of the kind of slavery that was practiced in the transatlantic period. That is the brutality of it. Quite clearly, there are some restrictions in the Old Testament, and when it comes to the New Testament, St. Paul.
Well, man stealing is out in both Old and New Testaments,
yeah,
right?
and in fact, in your book, when you, I was kind of shocked that when it came to this issue of like equality and talking about slavery and abolitionists, the only verse mentioned about slavery from the Bible was this brief mention that you give to the fact that kidnapping, as you put it, is condemned in the Old and the New Testament. As you say, man stealing, right? This is the illegal or unauthorized taking of another human being. Stealing doesn't just mean taking, it means unauthorized taking. If you've been given the authority to take slaves from the nations around you, then that wouldn't count as stealing. And so, yes, man stealing is condemned, but that wouldn't include the kind of stealing or the kind of taking which is permitted by the Bible, which is to say taking slaves from the nations around you and bequeathing them to your children as inheritable property. It's so easy to say that, like, well, kidnapping is
point of distinction here. In English, modern English, you can refer to either a plural or a single, right? Like Old English, we had thou for singular you, and you was plural. So we they them are second persons in modern English, but whatever. That isn't necessarily the case in ancient Hebrew or Aramaic, whichever one I assume Hebrew, since this is Old Testament, but it's not important. The point
Aramaic.
is, you may take slaves from the nations around you. Is it referring to the nation of Israel, as in they can conquer a city and enslave the population as a nation of people? Or does it mean you, as in each individual, has the right to go forth and take slaves? I don't know the answer to that, but I think it may be an important question.
Yeah, absolutely. But with the Mosaic Law, I think it's talking about the individual. Like, what you may do is not the collective you, it is what you know, because it says when you beat a slave, it's not talking about the collective, it's talking about the owner, obviously.
Yeah. The way the later laws are written definitely have an individual flavor to them. It just, when it's first handed down, it kind of comes across as like justification for what was being done during the conquest. But after the conquest is complete, the nation isn't running around enslaving entire cities anymore.
Well, I definitely have dropped a notch in my respect for Glen, because that idea about, you know, man stealing is an anti-slavery passage is really low tier as far as apologetics go. It's absolutely absurd, because just because you can't, as Alex says, illegally grab your neighbor and take him away, like kidnap somebody, doesn't mean that you can't have slaves. You can buy them, and it says you can sell your daughter into slavery. It says you can sell them, right? Like, you can sell your daughter.
Yeah, in fact, you could argue that passage, and I'm sure someone did, taking a person without legal authorization could be used against Harriet Tubman freeing slaves.
Right, absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. That's a really good point. I got to remember that one, Ems. That's a really good point.
Is condemned. But that's like me saying, you know, well, the Israelites never could have killed anybody because murder is quite clearly condemned in the Old Testament. Yeah, murder, which is the unjustified killing. But when they're killing the children of the Amalekites and the animals and the donkeys and the camels and the infants, well, that's not murder because they were given permission. And so it'd be way too easy for me to say, oh no, they never could have done that because murder is condemned. Because that doesn't include the rightful killing of infants in that case. And here, man stealing is condemned, but this wouldn't be stealing, this would be rightful taking. Like, what you would get is, by the time you get to the New Testament, you get St. Paul talking about how masters should be good to their slaves, right? And so,
and if they can seek, they free them. They should.
You're not
sending back Onesimus.
So, yeah, that. I mean, that.
No. So Paul. Onesimus was a slave that had basically he'd run away from his master. He hung out with Paul, just Netflix and chill or whatever with Paul. That's a joke. Please don't get angry. And he basically sent him back to the master, saying, "Can you please free this slave?" Right, Onesius. Right, like he is a really good friend of mine. He's a brother in Christ. Can you please free him? But the really prescient point to that is Paul wasn't saying, "Hey, it's wrong to own slaves. Free him because he's a human and humans have rights." He was saying he's a friend of mine, and he says, "I know I can't demand you of this to free this slave because it's your property. But could you see your way to freeing him on my behalf? Because he is a brother to me, and I believe he could be a brother to you." Paul's writing shows that the only reason he went out of his way to ask is because he really liked Onesius. He really liked that guy. So he's basically sending a letter to Philemon saying, "I know I don't have the right to ask you this. I know that it's entirely up to you and I wouldn't force you as sort of a leader of the church, but could you please free him because he is a good friend of mine?" But he acknowledges that it is right to send him back to his master, that is the right thing to do. So he's not demanding his release as a matter of morals. He is asking Philemon as a favor to him to release this guy. Totally different story.
So that's a can of worms in itself. But yes, so you're getting this idea that masters should be good to their slaves and all of this kind of stuff, but you are not getting abolitionism. At the very best, what you get is the idea that the way that slavery was being done in the transatlantic period was wrong. But abolitionism would be seen as a massive overstep, especially in the case of 1 Peter, where Peter writes, or allegedly Peter writes, that slaves should be obedient to their masters, not just the good ones, but also the cruel and unjust ones. And I think it is so important to point out that when you say, like, well, yeah, you look at like Exodus 21, you look at Leviticus, and you look at Deuteronomy, where it's giving instructions on how to take slaves, but that was kind of a bit like the divorce laws, and it's sort of like, God was allowing something that he didn't like. But when it comes to the Exodus, which I read as a specific fulfillment of a promise given to a particular people who then went on to enslave other people,
you must know that it's foundational to the Hebrew Bible. You must understand that the God of the Old Testament is the God who brought his people up out of Egypt, out of the land of slavery. That is how the Ten Commandments begin. You must understand that is the way that God is described as the liberator.
Yes, of the Israelites, his chosen people, who then go and enslave people from the nations around them.
Yeah, I know, and I wish.
Wow, that is a dismissive wave. Wow. So if you say, "Hey, the Israelites and Europeans are the chosen people," you've got a carte blanche reason to say, "Hey, look, the Bible endorses enslaving the sons of the descendants of Ham," which they did. They did do that.
That were not so, but you then get Jesus as the one risen from the dead to be the liberator of the world, right? And therefore, no wonder the Apostle Paul is going to say, within the existence of this brutality called slavery, then slaves, if you can seek your freedom, get it. Masters, do not mistreat your slaves because you have a master, and nobody in this church is Lord except Jesus, and we are all brothers and sisters, and we're going to kiss one another, whether you're slave or free.
What happens if you're not Christian? What happens if you're not Christian, Glen?
Same thing with now. It's not even Christian; it's the peerage. If you're one of the privileged men in the room, then we're all equal. But everybody outside the room, they don't really count.
But we've got a history of sort of Islamophobia and really treating atheists very badly socially. Like, there's a problem there, right? Because the Christians are like, "Oh, well, we're all blood brothers in Christ," until someone isn't in the whole, they ain't in the club. And then Christians can be really cruel to them. We've got a joke, there's nothing hates like Christian love. It's the idea that, hey, yeah, Christians preach all of this, love one another, but they seem to reserve that for other Christians. And other Christians of their sort of accepted denominations, I might add. like that are the closest to them. They, you get evangelicals who are absolutely hating on the Catholics, and vice versa.
Whether you're Jew or Gentile, whether you're a man or woman, we're going to eat together, right?
But I've made this point about Galatians 3:28 in particular before, that when Paul says things like there is neither male nor female, he's clearly not a gender abolitionist. I know we agree on this, right? Like he's clearly
the
not.
conjunctions change, like man and woman is not the same conjunction as used for slave or free or Jew or Gentile.
Yeah, but what
right?
do you think? What do you think the point is that's being made there?
The point is that we are all one in Christ Jesus, right?
But do you think that this is any attempt to abolish earthly practices and traditions?
But what do you mean by abolish? Because that is to bring a very modern view of politics.
counter
to bear. Like was Paul meant to say, let's get a petition going, and if we get 100,000 signatories, we can go to Caesar and we'll get a debate in the Senate
What are you talking about?
I should have said, masters, let your slaves go.
Well, there were literally laws by which they could not do that. So either side of the year dot in 2 BC and in 6 AD, it was literally illegal to manumit your entire slave population because the social upheaval.
Citation needed.
Since when does God care about social upheaval? He drowned the entire world. Was that not a social upheaval? If you're going to tell me that God couldn't do something that, a bunch of abolitionists in the 18th century could pull off, I'm going to express some sincere doubt there. Like seriously, what are you talking about?
Okay. So this is interesting. In 2 BCE, the empire passed a law called Lex Fumia Caninia, and in 4 CE, they passed Lex Aelia Sentia, which placed age and numerical limits on freeing slaves because the empire was being overrun by free people. And they did not like that. They had to maintain social order by keeping people enslaved.
Wow. Yeah.
Upheaval of abolition, not only in the first century, but the social abolition of abolition, even in the 19th century, caused a debt that the Britain was paying off up until 2015.
It also was illegal for a time in the early Roman Empire. Christianity.
Yeah, bang.
But they still practiced that because they thought it was the right thing to do.
Right.
Like if I'm now being told that Paul, who's not just, as I see him, an early Christian writer, but the author of eternal scripture is...
Yeah, Tommy actually called that one. Yep.
Prophecy. It's
prophet Tommy. I didn't know. Everybody line up to worship Tommy. You will be taking tithes, by the way. Bring your best sacrifices, your best burnt offerings to Tommy. All hail the prophet.
Now, not condemning something which has come to be one of the most foundational ethical questions of Western civilization, because
ought he to have said? So, I mean, the first wholesale condemnation of slavery, is Gregory of Nyssa, about 379 AD. The first in human history. We are the heirs of a tradition that makes us.
Who else was going to do it? Apart from Christians, who else was around at the time? Exactly, Glen. This is the thing. There was only Christians around at the time. Seriously, never mind.
Fun fact. Emperor Wang Mang in the year 9 CE, first emperor of the Jin dynasty, instituted sweeping social reforms that included the abolition of slavery.
Whoops.
In the 4th century BCE, Alcidamas, I'm so bad at pronouncing things, a Greek sophist said, God has set men free, nature made no one a slave. It's not exactly a condemnation of slavery, but it's kind of calling out that there's no basis for it.
Yeah. No, that's a condemnation of slavery. Wow.
So, yeah, the Nyssa fella, fabulous, but he's not the first.
Right.
the slavery.
Well, maybe he's talking about the first in Western society. And
Because that's all that counts.
Right. And my point would still stand. If you're talking about early Western society, they were kind of all Christian at that point, 300 years after, you know.
As obviously wrong. That is unique, right? That is unique.
It's not unique. It's not unique. Wow, I really, yeah. And so are you saying that the Chinese emperor of the Jing dynasty was drawing from Christian inspiration?
Yes. when Jesus was 5 years old.
Yeah. Well done. Well done, Glenn. Good on you, mate.
History, okay? We find it impossible to think ourselves back into the sandals of a 1st century person or a 4th century person, right? There is an unthinkable character to abolitionism. We might wish that Paul had written something like Gregory of Nyssa wrote for Christian reasons when he was actually preaching on an Old Testament scripture from Ecclesiastes. We might wish that he had condemned the practice wholesale and done that. To be honest, I think he does what you would expect a missionary to do to a brutal culture, which is to work within the structures and to sow the seed.
Right.
And you have the long, slow burn, right? And God is patient, bafflingly, infuriatingly patient.
But why is he not patient with things like polytheism? Polytheism was widespread, right, like in the ancient world. And yet when God delivers his monotheistic message to the Jews, it's to the extent that if they start worshipping other gods, it's immediately punishable by death.
We're talking about the New Testament now. So on the polytheism issue, I think 1 Corinthians is a great example of how Paul is working within the structures of the day. And what do? Do I eat this kebab? Well, the meat was sacrificed to another god. What do I have to do about that? He's not saying we need to abolish the gods.
He doesn't say like, oh, if you worship another god, just make sure that you speak to Jesus afterwards. It's like, don't do that, because that's wrong. And another thing that's illegal is not taking part in the imperial cult of Rome at a time. You know, there's this idea that if you won't sign a slip of paper that with 2 witnesses saying that you pledge your allegiance and worship, you know, the Roman emperor god, but Christians would refuse to do that.
So should he have done? Should Paul? What should Paul have written?
Oh, I don't know. I mean.
No, you sounded very sure about what you thought Paul should
No.
write.
What I'm saying is that if you want to claim that Paul is in part responsible for this abolitionist tendency, then you have to say that that's what he should have written.
No, I don't have to do that, because it's yeast working through dough, right? And this is the...
No, he says, slaves obey your masters, even the cruel and harsh ones. Like, in what way can you say that he was trying to abolish slavery, rather than trying to get slavery as an acceptable institution to the people? That's not abolishing slavery. You might say that, hey, feudalism had this better form of slavery than Roman classical slavery in the form of, you know, serfdom, basically, that the serfs were essentially part of the land. The land was owned by the nobles, so basically they owned the serfs as part of that land, right? Like, and it was all owned by God, kind of thing. You can argue that that's a better form of slavery. That doesn't make it good or acceptable or in somehow not slavery, right? This is the thing. You can't just say, oh, well, because he tried to make a nice version of slavery means it isn't slavery. It absolutely is. This is wild to me. This is absolutely wild.
Okay, Christianity has ended slavery both in the long, slow burn of the sacramental way. Medieval Christendom, basically, it dissolves away because you're baptizing every member of your household. You're kissing them. You're eating with them. It's, you know, and there are other...
Glen's a bit fixated on this Christian kissing Christian thing. I'm starting to worry a little. Like, seriously, dude, just come out if you want to. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
There are other, you know, economic factors at play, and plagues are smashing through things, and that's going to have massive social implications as well. But in Christendom, it melts away. It comes back through the New World slavery. It is abolished again. Christianity has done it twice. Now, like, I was thinking about this.
Yeah, and how many times didn't it do it? Like I said, the Byzantium Empire famously had tons of slaves, and they were. It wasn't just that there was a Christian ruler. The ruler of the Byzantium Empire was also the head of the church, right? They were the head of Christianity in the area, as well as the ruler, and they still had slavery.
Analogy this morning, like if I, one way I could say to you about going to the moon, right? I could say to you, did you know that NASA between 1958 and 1972 failed to get to the moon as much as it did get to the moon, in terms of trying to land some kind of spacecraft on the moon? Do you know they failed a heck of a lot? The Christians have been on the wrong side of this question quite a lot, but the overarching message that you should receive is that no one has walked on the moon except the NASA astronaut. Only Americans have walked on the moon. It is these Christian ideals that have proved themselves to be remarkably abolitionist in ways that others haven't. And we're having an argument about the Bible not being sufficiently abolitionist. And this seems to be proving the thesis, right? That
the New Testament not being sufficiently abolitionist, and the Old Testament
the whole Bible culminating in Christ crucified,
which being a really bad place to turn if you're trying to justify the abolition.
We aren't going to get to agreement on this.
And for example, on the NASA thing, right? If it's not just, I mean, I understand what you're saying. It's like, NASA have been to the moon, and there are times when they've tried and failed or not tried at all. But imagine if there was a period when NASA was proactively discouraging people from going to the moon, like China or someone just wants to go to the moon, or someone in NASA wants to go, and NASA go, no, don't do that, because the essence of our organization.
You would still ask that. You would still ask NASA, like, what? How do you get to the moon? They would still be the people you would look to.
I'll tell you what. I'll give you one thing in closing, and I promise we'll close it.
All right.
I think this is, and it's not quite a tangent. The one thing that we didn't touch on, which I'm not going to open up as a can of worms, is the concept of consent. And the reason I'm bringing it there is because we've already talked about this concept of equality. And I was saying, like, it seems to not matter what you say, you can sort of draw a Christian idea to it. I think the most egregious example of where I think you're going wrong, Glen, respectfully, because that's what we're here to discuss, is where you think I'm going wrong, where I think you're going wrong, is summarized in your discussion of consent, wherein you quote 1 Corinthians, where Paul is giving quite a revolutionary claim in 1 Corinthians chapter 7, where he says that, firstly, he says a fairly standard thing for the Greco-Roman world, which is that women's bodies do not belong to them, but they belong to their husbands. But then he says this revolutionary thing, likewise, husbands, your bodies do not belong to you, they belong to your wives, and it seems extremely revolutionary. This is endemic. This is an archetype of what I'm trying to talk about. I'm willing to grant that is genuinely revolutionary and radical and progressive and brilliant for women.
Progressive to what? Okay,
progressive in the sociological sense of how people consider progressive values.
And brilliant,
right? Yeah. Yet, I would not want to overstate the case, which I believe you then go on to do, by saying that the very next thing that Paul says is verse 5 of chapter 7, where he says, after this authority of the bodies, he says, do not deprive one another, that is sexually, except perhaps by agreement or mutual consent, is the translation you have in your book, for a set time to devote yourselves to prayer, and then come together again, so that Satan may not tempt you because of your lack of self-control. Paul says, and you quote this, Paul says that your bodies belong to each other. Do not restrict yourselves from each other sexually, except perhaps for a time of mutual consent. You then say, and look at how extraordinary it is that consent has been thrust into the bedroom, and how revolutionary that is. But this to me read as such a sleight of hand. Because what did Paul just say? I mean, do you think that that's an example of consent being thrust into the bedroom, as you say in your book?
Yes, because your body does not.
Wow. So what that means is that when you're in a marriage, right, and you have a wife, he's basically saying, and it's talking about sex, right? Like, that's basically what it's talking about. If because you both own one another bodies, the only way you can refuse to have sex with your partner is if you both agree. Right? So if the man's being a complete prick and the woman goes, well, I've got a headache, and he says, no, I don't agree.
Yeah, like it's like negative consent.
Yeah.
You need the other person's permission to not give consent.
Yes. And of course you'd expect that it works the same way. Like, if she goes, look, I am really into it tonight, and he goes, no, I'm really tired from work, and she goes, no, then you've got to perform, son. You get up.
Yeah.
Like, this is not how consent works. Consent is, honey, you feel up for it tonight? No, totally fine. You don't even need a reason. All good. Maybe do you need a shoulder rub? How's your day been? If you're a decent human being, and vice versa, right? Vice versa as well. It just happens to turn out that it seems to be that the guy will have more of a sex drive kind of thing. So it kind of works in their favor, especially if they are the head of the household and making decisions that she might not be happy with. And might not want to, if she's angry at the guy, she might not want to do that with him. And he just goes, well, no, I don't consent to abstain from sex. That's wild to take that as.
It's the what we today call rape culture.
Yeah.
Right there in fucking gospel. It's not just okay.
Yeah.
It's holy.
And more specifically, it's marital rape, which some people in the US and probably in Australia still don't believe is a thing, right? If you're married to somebody, you cannot violate their bodily autonomy. And I'm here to tell you that is bullshit. You always need consent, always, right? I don't care if you've been married for 50 years. If she says no, that is her right. And she gets to have her bodily autonomy. That is bullshit.
And to be clear, vice versa.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. But, usually the people that are saying this just happen to be men,
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm just... The reason I know it's still practiced is because it was a problem I had to deal with, and I couldn't get any help with it because they were like, well, I mean, of course she can say no. We're in New York State, but that these laws don't apply to you.
Wow,
you can't say no.
That is just insulting. And look, I think that
more than insulting.
Yeah, absolutely. It should be illegal. And men being raped is it happens. It does happen. I think that obviously one side is a lot more predominant than the other, right? Don't get me wrong. I'm certainly not detracting from that. It's a huge problem. It's a huge problem in some countries. It is absolutely need to be addressed and sort of, the culture changed. But it still does happen to men. And we should not minimize that just because, oh, well, you're a man, you should love it. That's not acceptable at all. No.
Yeah. We still see whenever there's a case of a teacher who hooks up with a student, if it's a male teacher and a female student, then, he's a predator. He needs to go to jail forever. But if it's a female teacher and a male student, it's not even a crime. If he complains, what are you crying about? You're a very lucky boy.
Right.
How
and that
is this culture?
Absolutely. That is changing slowly, but it is a slow change. And, the sentences that are given out are not on par with one another. And I think that is unfair. I think that we should, protect. And look, I've experienced it myself. I mean, I have been on dance floors or in clubs and someone has just grabbed my ass. Like a woman has grabbed and just, if a man did that, it would be outrageous. But, when back then, I haven't been to the clubs for a while, but back then it was totally fine. It was just like, whatever. And, I felt uncomfortable. I shouldn't have to feel that way.
Yeah, nobody should.
Yeah.
Belong to you alone.
But think about what Paul just said. Paul said that you are not to deprive each other sexually except by mutual consent. That is the only way that you're able to deprive your wife, or your wife can deprive you of sex, is by mutual consent. It's not consent to have sex, it's consent to not have sex, which means that if there is not mutual consent to not have sex, if I want to have sex with my wife and she doesn't want to have sex with me, well, we don't have the mutual consent to withdraw each other, so she still has to have sex with me. What do you call it when a man wants to have sex with his wife, she doesn't want to have sex with him, but she has to have sex with him anyway? I think there's a word for that.
Yeah.
That is what Paul is describing here.
That is not what Paul is describing.
That is 100% what is he describing, yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. He is basically saying to women, if you don't want to have sex, the only reason why you can't have sex is if your husband agrees with you. And to the husband, he is saying the only way you can refuse to have sex is if your wife agrees with you. That is not how consent works, and it really worries me that Glen is interpreting that as, oh, he has to have consent from her to have sex with her. No, it's she needs to have consent from him to not have sex with him. That is what he is describing.
Consent being thrust into the bedroom, I think, is a
Glen
pervert.
sure did. Who said it? Who said it? He's Tommy, I think. Yes, is he about to say, yes, it's consent because your body isn't your own? He said your body is not only your own, which isn't quite the same, but the idea in the year of our void 2026 that a person doesn't have exclusive control over their own body is so fucked.
Yeah, absolutely.
Example of the overstep.
The wife's
I think a can of worms has been opened here, so we might have to have a quick...
The wife's body does not belong to her alone. The husband's body does not belong to him alone. And she therefore has the right to say, my body is... I have a right over your body.
To demand sex of him.
Not to have sex with me, right?
No.
You've got to read that in the context. It's both and. And I think what Paul is doing is encouraging husbands.
Oh, he is so wrong. That is not what it says. There is no way you can interpret that as what it says. I think he's being... I don't know if he's just being incredibly ignorant or incredibly dishonest. Because there is no way you can read that and get that basically the only way that sex can be refused is if one of them does not consent. There is no possible way you can read that and get that out of it.
It could be he's not super familiar. He's read the passage and he did that mental gymnastics and altered it to say what
that
he
may be likely.
heard it says. Or maybe he's just straight up dishonest. But I'm like, why not both in this case?
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
As the wives towards sex and encouraging that trajectory towards sex, apart from take a break and get praying. But he's definitely pro-sex in those verses. But the wife, based on those very verses, can say, well, your body does not belong to you alone. I say no.
Yeah, and so man can say, your body does not belong to you, it belongs to me. And the only reason that we can abstain from sex is by mutual consent. I don't consent to this abstention, so you have to have sex with me.
Yeah, I think that is the most suspicious reading and unnecessary.
It's not. How is that a suspicious reading? That's what it says. Wow, I don't know how you get from the only way you can abstain from sex is by mutual consent to you need consent from one person in order to abstain from sex. Like, you can abstain from sex when one person does not consent. I don't know how you make that leap.
Yeah, that's so far beyond, what do they call it? Eisegesis, when you project your own beliefs onto the text.
Yeah,
like
eisegesis,
it's not even this. He's just substituting his own preferred idea for what's written there.
Yep.
Suspicious.
That's what Paul says. He says, do not deprive each other except by mutual consent. He doesn't say, do not deprive each other unless one of you doesn't want to. He doesn't say, don't deprive each other sexually unless one of you says, you know what, I don't want to do this today. He says, do not deprive each other except by mutual consent, which means that you have to mutually consent to not have sex.
I think you're reading this as a logician, as though these are logical propositions that
How dare he?
Wow.
Accuse Alex of using logic against the Bible.
He might as well say, like, I think you're reading this in a way that I don't like. You know, it's an objectionable verse. It just is. This is wild to me that it can say that so plainly, and what he gets out of it is like the exact opposite. Wow.
If and only if. Like,
So
what's Paul saying here then? I mean, Glen's reading obviously feels you've got a slightly tendentious reading of this to say that very specifically that I don't know. I don't know if we're going to get
He
to the
does
bottom
say,
of
I
this
say
one.
this as means of concession, not as command, which is important. That's verse 6. That's what follows. But he's talking there about the fact that he'd rather they not be having sex at all. He'd rather they not be married and be celibate in the first place.
No. He's rather than married. If they are one flesh,
If
then
they
they
can't
need to be
control their
one
lust
flesh.
for each other, then they should at
I
least get
suspect
married.
we probably need another another
That
go.
is the reason I brought it up is to say that is the summary of my position in closing, is that what you have here is Paul saying, which for the time is extraordinary. He says that, wives' bodies belong to their husbands and husbands belong to their wives. And this is an extraordinary contribution that Christianity has made to the progressive elements of the Western tradition, sure. He then says that you should only restrain from having sex with each other by mutual consent, which is totally out of line with our modern conception of consent and has probably been a justification for marital rape until it was illegalized relatively recently. So Christianity has done a really good thing here, but it hasn't gone all the way, and we've needed other factors to come in to give us what is our modern conception of consent, which is not just this idea of bodily autonomy, but also the idea that my wife's body does not belong to me and mine does not belong to hers.
Right.
But mine belongs to me and hers belongs to hers, and she can say no to sex for any reason whatsoever.
I think
Yes.
you're applying the mutual consent only to the prayer bit and not to the sex bit, and I think it applies to both. I think the rest of that chapter is the marriage and family program that has absolutely changed our moral sensibilities. And so, you've got Joseph Hendrick writing the Weirdest People in the World, saying that it's precisely that chapter, and together with Matthew 19 is the Christian sexual revolution that is completely.
I never thought I would be at any point in my life where I heard the Christian sexual revolution. I find myself flummoxed.
It's so wild. And they're oh my goodness, Glenn is so fucking bad at his job. I often say I'm much better at apologetics than the fucking apologist, and this is another case. If I
Right.
were to argue this, and I would not argue this because it's extremely immoral, I'd say something along the lines of you need to understand that in the context of the society, we're
Right.
not talking about ownership of each other. We're talking about what was considered duties. Like you have a duty to feed your children.
Right.
You don't get to withhold consent. You have to do it,
Yeah. Wow.
Upended our ideas of the human person and of the individual and of equality, and I don't think you get feminism of the kind of variety that we get without this intellectual genealogy. So it's a good.
Okay.
I think they would have done it anyway. I think those women would have.
They would have done that anyway. See, that's the untestable hypothesis, right? That is to say, we've had history A behind us.
Well, no, not if there were like sort of, pseudo-feminist movements before Christianity came along. Like, in Sparta where the women really had a voice kind of thing, they were really respected and had a voice. There was, various, Christian sects, for instance, like the Cathars, where women were very in charge of the society, and Christianity burnt them to the ground. Like we have these instances of women gaining more power and Christianity actively opposing it. Actively.
That's an important element, because there are lots of societies that pre-exist Christianity that were matriarchal or more egalitarian or whatever the case may be. But the real damning smoking gun is whenever something more equal started to show up within the Christian world, they actively stomped on it.
Yes. You could even point at sort of, Cleopatra being the leader of the Egyptian society for quite some time, as, matriarchal.
Well, at least with the possibility that women could rule. England, similar thing. Hugely patriarchal until really recently, and yet there were still a couple of queens here and there. And in fact, some of the best queens they ever had were, well, of course, the best monarchs they ever had were queens. I should rephrase. But like, the Isle of Crete, the Ariadnean civilization that preceded the Greek bureaucratization that became the legend of Minos and all this shit. When they were using the pre-Greek languages, Linear A, Linear B, they were pretty exclusively matriarchal. Men were arm candy and toys, It's just...
Yeah.
I'm going to tell another story, however unlikely that story is, And I think we would have gotten to here anyway via that other route. We haven't got to that other route.
I
That
don't
isn't.
think it's that unlikely. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, and maybe it's unfalsifiable or unprovable, but maybe that is just the nature of history. I mean, in the same, we were just talking about slavery and, you know, why it is that in the Enlightenment or around the time of the Enlightenment, you know, Christianity does it again, or maybe once again it's because slavery is also like economically necessary for so many societies. And around about the time that we start developing farming technologies that might allow us to do away with it, suddenly the
It was a
abolition of slavery
conocide.
gets
It was a
lot easier.
conocide to
I just think
abolish the slave trade.
I think it's a case of people asserting their
think
own
in-
self-interest against oppressive systems and trying to
In
protect
France,
it from happening again.
there were the economic arguments, and Napoleon said, no, actually, slavery is good for the economy, and so back it comes. Was he wrong to bring back slavery because it was good? He claimed that it was good for human flourishing.
Whether it was right or wrong is separate from the question of whether it was indebted to Christianity. And that's the very point.
We're going to call time, and I have absolutely enjoyed this conversation.
Okay, well, that seems to be it. So they leave on a contentious note. Wow.
Cuts it off.
Yeah. Well, I don't think this is a hill that Christians die on. They're sort of, you know, Christianity, even when you sort of say the Old Testament endorses slavery, they're like, no, absolutely not. When it is clearly in there in black and white, and it's really hard for them to accept. And sort of we make these concessions, which are warranted, like that, hey, Christians played a huge role in the abolitionist movement. But there was Christians on the other side. They can't claim sort of abolition for Christianity writ large when half of them were for it and half of them were against it. That is not, you know, a victory for Christianity. It's a victory for the abolitionist movement, who a lot of them were Christians, sure. A lot of them weren't. And there are a lot of Christians on the other side. So, you know, we're not trying to say that Christianity hasn't done good things. It's just this broad claim that everything good comes from Christianity is so unwarranted. So unwarranted. It's ridiculous. And I think it's because Christianity in the past, I mean, even till recently, Christianity was kind of the moral standard. You know, like people had to be Christian to have input into the moral conversation, you know, into what we should do, what we shouldn't do. It was like, well, what does this priest think? And more to date, we are sort of moving away from what does this priest think, because they'll open their mouth and say something fucking horrifying. Right? Like, so, you know, we're kind of drawing away from that. And I think that a lot of the Christian apologists are trying to reclaim that authority over the moral while saying some horrific stuff. Like Glen, you know, that this verse is perfectly fine, when obviously it's not. That is not our sensibilities, that, hey, we can only abstain from sex by mutual consent between the two of us. No, that's not how that works. No. I get to abstain from sex anytime I choose, and nobody else has any kind of input on it. And the same is true of my wife. The same is true of Ember. The same is true of you. That is how our society works. That is bodily autonomy. We get to decide. Not, oh, well, I've got to discuss it with some. No, you don't have to discuss it with your wife, your doctor, your imaginary friend God. You don't have to discuss it with anybody, okay? You just get to say, no, I do not want to. And you don't owe anybody an explanation. It's nice to get one, sure. You know, like, may I ask why? You're not obliged. It is just, that's it. And that's how it works. So for him to claim that consent, the modern concept of consent that we have, to somehow come out of Paul, of all people, is ridiculous. That is nonsensical. It's completely changing what the verse says. It is abysmal. I you know, my respect has dropped at least 5 notches from that entire watch. What do you think, Ems? I'm sitting here just scathing.
Yeah, I'm pretty much on the same page. Like, that overall case not convincing, myth busted, as they might say.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, he gave it up himself. He was like, here's a thing that disproves my premise, and it's true.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
good job.
And I mean, like, Alex didn't
yeah.
trick him into that or somehow, set him up for a gotcha. He just made the point of, well, what's the unfalsifiable thing that that would show that our Western values aren't derived from Christianity? And Glen brought up himself, like, a lot of abortions. And Alex said, well, doesn't that happen in Western society? And he's like, yes, it's accepted in Western society. It's like, well, that's it. You've just falsified it. And then his sort of claim of, oh, but we're not doing science. It's like, it's not just science we use falsification in. You know what I mean? Like that's not just science.
I mean, you're talking, you made a truth claim, Glenn.
Yeah.
You demonstrated it's not true. We don't have to science it. It's not any deeper than that. It is just not true.
Yeah. And it's right to say, I do acknowledge that Glenn is right to say, well, we don't have counterfactuals for Christianity not being there. But we kind of do. Because there are other societies that didn't have the background of Christianity, and they still hold the same values. Things like loving your family and taking care of the poor. Buddhists were not influenced by Christianity, and they still do that. So we kind of do, and it's not the same. He wants to isolate Western culture and say, oh no, that is so unique. It's impossible to have gotten there without Christianity. Well, yeah, in exactly the same form, but we're not talking about the specific culture. We're talking about the values, right? Like, so we're not talking about people shaking hands, right? Like that is a Western custom, right? People shake hands. But the value of greeting someone respectfully, right? People in Asia do that. They just bow instead.
Yeah,
so he's basically...
Every culture has some type of show of respect. It's part of being human.
Yeah.
But not only do we not have counterfactuals for the almost as good Europe we would have gotten without Christianity, which is disputable in and of itself, we don't have counterfactuals for the better Europe we would have gotten without Christianity. Right. For example, no Dark Age, we'd have Martian colonies and be building our first interstellar ship at this point. We'd be 1,000 fucking years ahead.
Yeah. We can't say.
We don't know.
Yes. But I still think no matter what happened, people would still have taken care of the poor, care for each other, because as Alex's first point was, those aren't Christian values, they're human values. They're just empathy for people. Mm-hmm. So that's his, and I agree with him. Any other thoughts, Ems, before we wrap up here?
Empathy is a value. It's a virtue because in a certain sense, it's a luxury. The more a person is stressed and put pressure on and encumbered by the social system they're in, the harder it is. They can feel empathy, but it's harder to express it.
Right.
So you might have a better chance of making an argument that because of Western liberal democracy, that it arose out of Christianity, the West is better able to exemplify empathy than it would have been otherwise. In that respect, Christianity serves empathy much better than anything in that ancient holy book. But without counterfactuals, who can really say?
Yeah.
Glen could have done a much better job. It's 2 out of 10 performance.
Yeah, and some of his apologetics on, the slavery in the Bible question, and, him sort of saying, oh, man stealing is prohibited when that's clearly illegal kidnapping and not the legal practice of slavery, is just, that is appallingly bad. I've seen YouTubers with better takes than that, and that is absolutely terrible. I really think that, and the way he just sort of waffled when he couldn't answer the question, he just sort of went on about some ephemeral, tangential sort of thing that encapsulated the general overall thrust of Christian doctrine thought. And it's just like, what are you waffling about? Like, seriously, you know, he asked you a specific question and you're talking about the you know, general grace or whatever. What was it called? Common grace of man. It's like, oh, get out of here, man. Like, seriously.
It's a
Wow.
rescue device.
I am sick of that from watching Donnie. It's just so terrible. Anyway, thank you so much for joining us. If you had a good time or a bad time, hey, click the like button. If you didn't, click dislike. I don't care. It's all good. Whatever.
Push a button.
If you think we got something wrong, if you think we did something wrong, if you think we made a bad joke, yeah, put it in the comments, put it in the chat, put it up your ass. I don't care. But it was a pleasure to hang out with all of you. So glad you can join me. Yeah, we should be back. I should be back on. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. I want to give a big happy birthday to the wife. Happy birthday, Lynn. It's her birthday tomorrow when I won't be online. So yeah, big happy birthday. It's going to be Is God the Arsehole on Tuesday night Eastern Time, and Fundamentalist Fails on Thursday night Eastern Time. And then I'm not sure if we might have to take a hiatus. Might have to. We're going to see what happens. Ems might be unavailable, which, considering the amount that I stood her up, is absolutely fair enough. Like, terribly fair enough, because I
may have an IRL thing. It's not 100% for sure, but I might. If so, we'll skip a week. I'm sure Mark will get up to some kind of mischief, but yeah,
Sure.
We'll be back over on my channel whenever the hell it happens. And there's a couple other interruptions that'll happen this summer because life gets light. So yeah.
I'm not sure what shenanigans I'll be up to, but sure, yeah. And so click the bell so you know when we're going live, so you know you won't be have to search through and find out if something's on or not. But apart from that, do be kind to yourself. You don't have to like dredge Christianity for all of these things. We can just have developed it from people contributing all around the world, and it's owned by humanity, not Christianity specifically. We can all own it. We can all share it. Ideas should not be owned. TM, trademark pending, all rights reserved. So do take care, be kind to each other, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye, everybody.
To what new horizons can we look now? Where are tomorrow's opportunities? The frontiers of the future are not on any map. But now, what's ahead of us?